Central African time. Bye bye now.
Hello and good morning from Kariega Game Reserve down in the Eastern Cape Province. So happy that you could join us this morning for our little session of escape to nature. My name is Nick. I'm going to be your photo naturalist for today. In the day off on the outskirts of Scotia Dam. You can see we've got some little bit of sunshine that's graced us today. So we did start the morning with some cooler conditions. Alrighty, like I was saying, we are here at Scotia Dam. And like I was saying, overnight the clouds moved off. Temperature dropped as all that heat escaped. And it was definitely a bit of a chillier morning. If you were with us for Sunrise Safari, you would have seen that we did have a beautiful sunrise. Some nice backlit shots. The wind has started to pick up, blowing in those clouds again, still keeping those temperatures down. So we have spent most of the morning here at Scotia Dam for Sunrise Safari. It's definitely been the place to be. We've done some amazing birding. There's been a slow trickle of different animal species. We've had blesbok coming down. We've had impala coming down. You can see we've got some eland right at the back there. Just trying to have a look around. It's not very common to see just two eland together. Potentially there are some that are lying down just behind that little island that we can see. Now, a lovely way to start our Monday. Everybody's rushing off to work, and we're just taking it easy at the waterhole here. George, 100%. Cracker start to the day, nothing wrong with that. I have had my little cup of coffee with me here. I've been slowly sipping a little bit of coffee. It's been a nice, relaxing morning watching nature do its thing. Nice to watch the comings and goings of all of the different animals here. You can see our eland are starting to make their way off. And definitely no shortage of bird life here. Plenty of yellow-billed ducks swimming across. Got our grey heron kind of hunched over a little bit at the back there. Almost looks like he's got his back towards the wind. And we've also got a spur-winged goose at the back doing a bit of feeding. You can see that bigger goose, that is our spur-winged goose. So lovely to see. Looks like an Egyptian goose, top left hand side of our frame. These Egyptian geese have been absolutely dominating Scotia Dam. There's a pair of South African shelducks that have been attempting to come down here, and those goose are not too keen. Donna, I'd say probably the most common one, the most likely fish that we would find is probably going to be one of your lungfish. Remember, there is the possibility that Scotia Dam could dry up. I mean, there's a good amount of water now. But remember, for those lungfish, they are able to survive through drier conditions. Remember, before, let's say that we went through a few years of drought and things were really looking to dry up, those lungfish are able to, when it's mud and it's still relatively wet, they're able to wriggle around and go underneath the mud there. And in so doing, they can, you know, like a bear will hibernate. So these lungfish will essentially estivate. So they release a slime from their skin, and that mixes with the mud to form almost like a cocoon. They've got this little tube that they breathe out of as well, like a little snorkel almost, and they can really slow their body metabolism down until the next rains come, and then they'll come, and it's even if the ground is completely dried up and it's caked, they can still survive. They've got like a little cocoon that they stay in there. Then the next rains come, it wets the ground, that mud loosens up again and they can wriggle out and keep going. So I would say here, that's probably going to be our most likely fish to find in Scotia Dam. Remember, just to the east of where we are here, to the northeast, there is the Kariga River, and in there we can find a few more different species of fish as well. Lungfish we can find there, but there will be a few other fish as well. So remember, in the river itself we could find tilapia, we could even find stump nose, we can find cob, plenty of different species of fish that we can find. Two more yellow-billed ducks here. This one in the front is not too keen that it's Monday. He's having a little bit of a sleep in there. Get it, my boy. And this one getting a little bit of stage fright and just hiding behind our grasses here. Eric, they can go for pretty much the whole of the tougher conditions of really winter. I'd have to do a bit of reading up in terms of finding the longest recorded sort of estivation periods. But kind of the thinking behind it is that they are able to basically slow their metabolism down, slow their heartbeat and everything down, just to have the vitals functioning. And they can go for really long stretches of period at a time. So I would assume they can go for most of winter. You can see in the frame here we've got a sacred ibis probing around the outskirts here. So we'll be looking for little worms. I actually saw him catch a monstrous frog just now. He gulped that thing back so quickly I didn't have enough time to see which species of frog it was. But it was an absolutely huge frog. It was, for me, the first time I've actually seen a sacred ibis catching a frog. Remember the other day, when was it now? 2-3 days ago, we did see a grey heron catch a frog. Well, my plan is to stick around Scotia Dam for a bit longer, just have a look and see what birds come and go, as well as the different species of animals. I think in the meantime we're going to take you across to Amakhala to say good morning to Andrew.
Province where we're coming to you live from, and we've decided to stop here and just scan around a little bit and see if we can't spot anything from this angle. And today it seems like it's going to be quite a nice day. A little bit of cloud cover. It is quite sunny but still a little bit cool. Morning again, my name is Andrew and I have Morgan behind the camera, and we are definitely going to take you on the safari this morning. So I hope you are all excited and ready to hopefully see some nice animals and talk about some nice things. Sorry? Okay, now we are looking at this sweet thorn. It's quite a prominent plant out here. I think this is probably the most common plant that you're going to find out here in Amakhala. And they've got these very pretty white thorns, as you can see. Very visible. Being white, it's going to be very visible for those browsers. And the thorns are going to really help just to slow down the animals from browsing on this plant. Otherwise what will happen is the browsers will most definitely strip the plant down and the plant won't survive. And so just to produce some white thorns, make them nice and visible for those browsers, let them know, yes, there are thorns, and they're going to gently nibble around those thorns, getting the leaves, leaving the plant to hopefully survive another day. Now we really like the sweet thorns out here because you know, in areas of the game reserve where sweet thorns are quite prolific, you often find giraffe in those areas, kudu. Elephants often feed on the sweet thorns because of the sweet nature of the leaves. Very, very good for them. And sometimes with the sweet thorns, if you look really carefully within the bushes, you have to really look around sometimes, but often enough you can find small little bird nests inside the sweet thorns, and it's quite a clever strategy really. If you're a bird and you want to make a nest and you want to be protected, surround yourselves with those white thorns, so get into that bush and make a little nest. And because of the thick canopy of the plants, it also helps just to hide the nest away. Sometimes you do have to be careful not to disturb the plant too much, because sometimes there are wasps that do lay eggs within the thorns, and if you do irritate those wasps, then sometimes they come out and they can sting, so you've got to be quite careful about that. And I have been stung before on my cheek. A good few years ago I was having a look at a bird nest, and the next thing, this wasp came out of nowhere and stung me on my cheek. Morning, Randy. That is actually an excellent question. There are lots of positive uses for humans, and one of them is that it does hold eroded soils. So in areas of the game reserve where there is quite a lot of erosion, and also in areas of the reserve where perhaps browsers and that have, or grazers rather, have overgrazed an area, we find that sweet thorns start to become a pioneer again, and they start to grow. And being a pioneer, it means that the plant is going to add organic matter to the soil. It's going to encourage the grass to grow, and then also it's going to hold those eroded soils, so when it does rain, that, you know, the land just doesn't wash away, and it's very good. And also the root systems don't attack each other like some of the plants might. Sweet thorns are very social in the sense that they don't mind another sweet thorn right next to them, and because of that their roots go down deep into the ground and then holds the surface of the soil quite well. Another benefit is going to be an antibiotic. So if you're out in the bush and you can't get to a doctor and you're feeling a little bit sick, that you need a little bit of help with antibiotics, what you can do is you can actually come to the tree, look for some tree sap, or wax, or resin. If you consume that, you are adding antibiotics to your system, and hopefully that can help you out. Okay, and there's some plumbago flowers. These are nice, pretty, purpley, bluish colored flowers. It's called plumbago. Some of you might be familiar in your gardens having plumbago growing. Quite a common plant in South Africa, but I believe they also grow in other areas of the world as well. Now there's a lot of nectar, very, very sweet nectar in the plumbago. Morning, Mandy. I've seen a few animals feeding on plumbago. I've seen some of the antelopes eating it. They nibble on those flowers. It's 100% edible, this flower, for a human, so you can eat them. And in some places, people add them to their salads, just to add a bit of color to the salad. It's quite a sweet little plant, but if you had to eat it, you do get quite a rich taste and then a little sweet taste, which is the nectar, which is on the bottom tube of the plant. And it becomes very, very sticky. Now it's quite a good adaptation to be sticky at the base of the tube of the flower, because ants are often attracted to those sweet nectars, and the ants can cause some problems and actually kill off the plumbago. So what the plumbago has adapted to do is to produce those it's a sweet but sticky substance. So if ants manage to get onto the tube where the flower is, sometimes the ants get stuck. And it does help to just prevent too much ants from infesting the plant. And then also in the Xhosa tradition, some of the ladies, to advertise themselves that they want a husband, what they would do back in the day would be, to decorate their faces. So commonly sticking them under their eyes and on their ears, making themselves look very pretty and attractive, and also an indicator to the men within the tribe that they were interested in finding a husband. And there's no shortage of them out here. They grow quite easily and quickly as well.
Wild Earth is looking for unique wildlife sightings filmed by you. They can be old or new, from anywhere in the world, and filmed on a camera or on your phone. In return, we will give you cash, an opportunity to win a prize, and a chance to see your clip on TV with your name in the credits. It's easy. Head over to wildearth.tv/content to find out more.
Yeah, luckily yesterday myself and Morgan, we had a brief sighting of a Knysna turaco. It's a very, very pretty bird. We tried to show it to you all, but they're such secretive birds. They fly off into the canopy of the thicket, and they really are gone when they fly in there. It's a very pretty bird with these beautiful red on their feathers, which is a turaco pigment, and that's how they get the name Knysna turaco. What are you looking at there, Morg? Oh, nice one, the old man's beard. I briefly mentioned it yesterday. And I believe from some of the reports from some of the viewers that sent us some messages saying that in some parts of the world, the old man's beard is a bit of a strangler. It tends to harm some of the plants. Out here, I did some research the other day, and the wild olive tree also takes a bit of strain when the old man's beard is growing on it, especially when it floods the plant. I mean, back in the day with the Bushman times, if a Bushman ever got injured and they needed... Hello, Carol. Thanks for your question. So plants with a huge amount of water, if I get that correctly, the first thing that comes to mind is going to be the aloes. Aloes contain plenty of water within the leaf. And the spekboom as well. Lots and lots of water, which makes them semi-fire resistant. We get quite a few species of aloes out here. My favorite one is going to be the bitter aloe. I've gotten so used to the taste of the bitter aloe now, but if you had to taste it, you'd be probably quite disgusted at the taste of the bitter aloe. But it's quite a medicinal plant, helps you out a lot. And then also it's been known to make your blood bitter. And parasites apparently don't like that. And if you do get eaten by mosquitoes like I do, try get some bitter aloe crystals from your pharmacy. Consume that daily, and you should notice a difference that the parasites are starting to leave you alone more and more. Now, just with regards to the old man's beard, it's quite a special plant, because back in the Bushman times, when a Bushman got injured and there was maybe a cut on the body that they needed to cover the cut, make a bandage if you will, what they would do is they would take the old man's beard and use the old man's beard as a gauze. It's very absorbent, so often it will absorb a lot of the blood and help with clotting. And in the Frontier Wars and the Boer Wars, which took place out here in the Eastern Cape area, someone got shot. What they would do is actually plug the hole in their body with old man's beard, and that would clot the blood. It's a very clean plant, growing in clean air environments, so in a sense it's going to be semi-sterile. Old man's beard is also very good for starting fire, kindling. If you had to take that old man's beard and dry it out and keep it dry, you can use that to start fire. Just to get a bit of the flames burning, and then you can add your bigger sticks on top, and then you can build your fire that way. Morning, Jamie. Sometimes, yes. Sometimes they are named from how they look, especially with old man's beard. Okay. But not all plants, Jamie. Some plants they've got names that don't describe the way that they look. Okay, so in case you have just joined us, welcome again to the Escape to Nature experience. Myself and Nick are going to be out this morning. We are out in Amakhala Game Reserve. Nick is out in the Kariega Game Reserve, also in the Eastern Cape, not very far from where we are. So far it's been a reasonably quiet morning so far. We've been lucky enough to chat about a few plants at the moment. If you have any questions, by the way, please feel free to send them along to us. We'd love to hear from you. And if you've experienced anything in the bush that you'd like to share with us, go right ahead. It would be lovely to hear that. Okay, we're going to carry on a bit. In the meanwhile, we're going to send you to Kariega Game Reserve with Nick, who's got some animals he wants to show you.
Okay, we've also had a nice quiet start to the day, similar to Andrew. Just doing a little bit of birding here at Scotia Dam, and this lovely journey of giraffe has come in to say hi, replenishing the water stocks for the morning, for the day. Look at that, beautiful. You can see we've got some zebra in the background there as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 giraffe, and another 1, 2, 3, 4 on the outskirts, still looking to make their way down here. They should be coming into the left hand side of our frame soon enough. So I have just repositioned myself a little bit. You would have seen from the last time you were here with me before we went to Amakhala. So like I was saying, the wind has started to pick up a little bit, and remember, for the giraffe, when they do drink, it's a very vulnerable position for them. So just to try and get them to relax as much as possible with this strengthening wind, I've just reversed further away, another sort of 50 meters or so, just to hopefully get them to feel as comfortable as possible. I feel like they would still drink if I was there, but maybe it would take them longer to really settle down. What an unbelievable start to our escape to nature here this morning. Aaron, 100%, there is an incredible amount of diversity here at Kariega. I mean, look at this, we've got a huge group of giraffe, our dazzle of zebra, plenty of different species of birds that we were having a look at before these giraffe arrived. There's so many giraffe, I don't even know where to focus, whether I should zoom in, zoom out, stay just like this. I mean, this is just incredible. And it looks like most of them are males, just having a good look. This one on the right hand side is definitely a male. It's got nice thick horns. Remember, for the males, they will have horns that are thicker than that of the females. This one just in front of that scotia tree there looks like it is another male. Look Look at him just starting to position himself, support himself, those legs splaying out to the side. That other one almost looks like it's scratching itself on his back while he has a drink there. Interesting patterns, this one that's closest to us here in the center. A whole lot darker than the other ones. Look at his chest area, how it definitely looks very dark in comparison. Remember, for the males, as they do get older, we generally see them getting darker with age. I love that little characteristic swish of the head after they have finished drinking. Looks like this male on the right hand side doesn't quite know what to do. It looks like he's tempted to drink, but if you've been looking carefully, he's been ruminating, he's been chewing there. So unless he's a giraffe who likes to eat while he drinks, he doesn't quite know what he wants to do on this Monday morning. Sandy, as a general rule of thumb, you will 99% of the time find females moving around in groups. But it is not uncommon at the same time to see a male by itself. You won't really find females by themselves too often. You may find a male by itself. But giraffe are social animals. So you definitely do find them most of the time in groups. Remember their sort of social structure in terms of associations. Very relaxed, loose type of herd structure, herd mentality of everybody can kind of come and go into different herds. So it's not like you've got a very set, structured herd. Everybody can join new herds if they want. So just looking at all these different individuals here, it looks like almost all of them are males. I think that's just purely by chance. Wow, look at that. Zebras in the background. And it's interesting with giraffe. I mean, they're such big animals. They're so tall. Remember, male's going to be close to about 5.5 meters. Sometimes they can disappear just like that. It can really be tough to find. You know, we've often gone here for sort of 2 days at a time where you just can't seem to find a single giraffe, and then there's days where they just come out of nowhere. You know, look at this. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 giraffes all in all, kind of around this waterhole, and they just kind of appeared out of the bush, out of nowhere. This is a therapeutic way to start Monday here. You know, you can see there's no rush for these giraffes. They've ambled down from the thickets, slowly quenching their thirst. And remember, they're not a species like buffaloes or rhinos that'll generally spend the whole day around a waterhole of sort of mud wallowing or anything like that. So you kind of expect them to have a nice peaceful drink, and then more than likely
Okay, so we have stopped by one of the pans here, and we're just overlooking this whole open area out here, and just hoping to spot maybe some jackals, because we know the jackals that we were watching in the den sites a while back, they are hanging around this area. Myself and Morgan did see them the other day. They're looking good, very, very good. It's just lovely here, just to be able to see so far and wide out here. But now we are on the fringes of the thickets, what we call the dune thickets. Some people call it the dune forest, but it's actually not a true forest. So we just classify them as dune thickets. Just lovely. I think these dune thickets have always been quite a sentimental place for me, because we've done a few tracking assessments with one of the assessor trackers in South Africa, Adrian, who is very, very qualified, and he comes out to Amakhala from time to time, takes a whole lot of the people, the guides, or even non-guides, and takes them through the bush and teaches them how to identify the footprints of the animals and other signs. And if you do well, you can get a qualification in either the track and sign aspect, which is identifying what tracks are what, or the second part of the assessment is the trailing. So you find nice fresh footprints and you follow those footprints until you find the animal. Doesn't matter how long it takes, as long as you find the animal. I remember my tracking assessment, one of the animals that Adrian wanted me to follow was a giraffe bull. And I thought, yes, this is going to be a nice, easy one for me. And so we got on the footprints, we're hot on the giraffe's trail, and we followed and followed and followed. And let me tell you now how complex those tracks got actually. I got confused on 3 different occasions, which cost me a little bit of time. But I managed to get back on the trail and follow, but sadly the giraffe had walked so much distance that it didn't seem like we were going to catch up to the animal. And so I was passed on just the knowledge and sort of how Adrian saw that I was seeing the footprints and following the footprints. Okay, still on landscape there, Morgan? Yeah. I got some really nice fluffy clouds that are busy forming up here. And they do tend to take shapes, so if you do see some shapes in the clouds that you see, please do send them to us. Let us know that you see what you see in the shapes. I'm going to see what I can see. That's when we look for the clouds and we look at the shapes of the clouds, and for me, most of them look like animals. Hello Roxy, the best time to go hiking in the bush. I would say morning, sort of early morning just after sunrise, and then later in the evening just before sunset. That would be ultimately the best time to go hiking, because there's going to be cooler temperatures, there's going to be a bit more activity of animals about. And then also, you also got to bear in mind that on a hot day in summer, most of the animals are going to be sleeping by midday when it gets really, really hot. Most of them are lying down flat. And if you're walking through the bush, and there's some lions around and they're laying flat, you just might not see them, and you might encounter them and see them when you're too close. So morning and late evening, sometimes they're up and about and you have a better chance of spotting them. And that's another reason why I prefer not to track predators when it's too warm. Because if you're following their footprints and you're getting closer to them, you might not spot them if they're laying flat in the grass. and then you encounter them at a close range, which is never ideal. So definitely the morning and the afternoon, I would say. And talking about hikes, they do offer hikes here in Amakhala. It's Mr. Rian. He owns Quartermains Camp, and he's a full lead trails guide. And to get this qualification where he's at, it takes a number of years. You can't do this overnight. You need to write exams, then you need to do the practical for the exam. You need to do advanced rifle handling as well. And then another part of it is the tracking, and then your hours. And you need all of these to be a lead trails guide, and he is one of them. They're actually on a bushwalk somewhere on the reserve now. The bushwalks can last up to 3 hours, sometimes a little bit more depending. Jeffrey, this is going to be a man-made pan over here. It's called Liebenbosch pan. It's man-made. It's a little bit dry at the moment, as you can see. It's stone dry. I have seen this pan at its full capacity before, and you can actually see where the line is. So you see where the grass is short and then it suddenly starts to get a little bit longer. That's the water line. And on a good rainy month, if it fills up, you can just see how much water can be in this pan. There's been some good birding that has been seen out in this area of Liebenbosch Pan. Southern ground hornbills, they have been seen in this area. We had right here where we are now, actually, we had the blue crane with BK. Get the Cape Longclaws out here, plenty of ant-eating chats. If there's water here, a grey heron occasionally, and also black-headed heron do like to hang around here. And one of my favorites is the African pipit. One of many of my favorites. Makes such a beautiful little call. I'm surprised that there's no zebras around here. It's actually quite quiet here in Liebenbosch Flats. I don't see any zebras or warthogs. Or even the ostriches. They usually hang around here. Okay, back to the sweet thorn. This is still quite a young one. So if you have a look at those thorns, that's the original sort of size of the thorns. But sometimes you can get very, very enlarged thorns. I showed Morgan one the other day. It almost looked like a horn.
Mashatu Game Reserve has a glowing reputation as one of the most beautiful reserves in southern Africa. And now, atop a soaring cliff overlooking the Majale River, beneath the groves of Euphorbia succulents, sits the stunning new Mashatu Euphorbia Villas. These eco-friendly villas echo their beautiful natural surroundings, shaped to match the Mapanu parts of Mashatu. Enjoy earthy glamour with a consciousness for conservation woven into every element of these camps within the 32,000 hectare reserve.
Another use for the sweet thorn is to build bomas. So if you're ever going to sleep in the bush and you're worried about wild animals, what you can do is you can cut a whole lot of these sweet thorns and you build a circular fence around where your tent is or your sleeping bag is, and that can protect you from any predators that might come closer during the night. And it's quite fun actually to, when you go camping in the bush and you sleep under the stars, is to prepare yourself and to walk around and collect a whole lot of the sweet thorns, build yourself a beautiful thick little boma, a little door. A really fun thing to do, especially if you're with other people. It's one of my favorite things in the whole world to do, is sleep under the stars. No tent, just under the stars. The plant is also very rich in tannins. Yeah, so it's filled with tannins, which is a chemical that does help to make the plant a little bit bitter, so that the browsers don't fancy it too much. Yeah, so I do. I don't know about anybody else, but Mother Nature, that's why I refer to her as a she, because it's Mother Nature. But yeah, each to their own, I guess. I like to call her she at least. Just like my car, I call her she as well. All right, and then yesterday I had a question that I said I would get back to, and that came from Cielo Azul. You asked me how much milk an elephant drinks daily, and it does average out anywhere between 9 and 15 liters daily, and that's with an elephant calf. That's how much milk an elephant calf will drink. That's just getting back to you, Cielo. I hope you are watching and you got that. I'm actually quite surprised. I'm not hearing too many birds at the moment, and I'm not seeing any as well. I think most of them were most active this morning, and I think a lot of them have sort of gone off into their little spots again. But we did have an Hadida ibis that was hanging around here. We'll see if we can't spot it for you and show it to you. I think that's South Africa's most famous bird. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know, this Liebenbosch Flats is a little bit quiet, but this is where you get creative. This is where you talk about things that you really got to be creative. And that's the whole thing about being a nature guide or a naturalist, is to be creative. Because sometimes out in the nature, you're not necessarily going to see all those animals that you want to see. And a very good guide is going to try and distract you on the smaller things like the plants, the footprints, geology, history of the reserve, or the area as well. And actually Amakala's got loads and loads of history. This entire area. Okay, so we're gonna send you over to Steve in the meanwhile. He wants to say good morning to you all.
Well, thanks, Andrew, and indeed you are correct. Being a guide is being a host and entertainer. It's not just about being able to interpret the bush. How do you entertain your guests along the way? Well, we found some very entertaining animals that are hunkering down in anticipation for some rain. That's right, everyone. We've got some wild cows over here, also commonly known as wildebeest, and a lovely little family of them all snuggled together here in Madikwe in the northwest. And well, I suppose we should get introductions out of the way. And hello everybody, my name is Steve and I'm joined by Rihanna Camera, and we are out and about in what I can finally say is the coolness of Madikwe to bring you some wonderful animal sightings this morning. Now, starting with our wildebeest, we are slowly making our way north to see if we can catch up again with our lion pride from this morning. But as we slowly head in that direction, we're going to show you all of the wonderful animals along the way. These little youngsters, believe it or not, are not even a month old, plus minus. It's incredible how quickly they grow. Already busy chewing the cud, it seems. So we're getting some reports in from across the reserve and the thunderstorm that rolled in last night. The most that it has so far produced with regards to rain is 5 mils. The rest of the other people commenting are doing about 2 mils, 1 mil. But there is potentially some heavy rain scheduled from this afternoon for the remainder of this week. Just in time to give the vehicle a nice wash. And nothing like a good scratch. Oh, typical ruminant posture. Legs tucked up. And just taking it very easy. I think they're also quite happy with the respite from the heat that we've had over the last week. Yesterday specifically was incredibly hot. It was in the high 30s. It was dry, dusty. Even the wind was eating away at us. brindled gnu. Shirley, I'm not really sure what historical significance wildebeest have, apart from the fact that they have indigenous diseases that something like the rinderpest that wiped out cattle across southern Africa in the early 1900s, decimated the cattle industry, absolutely decimated it. So significance, historical significance if you were a cattle farmer back in those days. It led to the cordoning off of wildlife reserves in South Africa because of the diseases that the indigenous wildlife carry, and the fact that people have brought domesticated livestock onto the continent. The wildebeest migrations were quite profound. They would have gone from the Kruger up to the Highveld and back again, and I don't know if people even know the extent of that migration. There is still a small migration in Botswana, in the Caprivi, into Etosha, and other migrations across Africa that are profound in the numbers of animals that move, in the deposits of dung, in the food that they provide, in the grazing impacts and disturbance that they create. Migratory animals have evolved on the continent for a long time, and their disturbance and their movement and their historical significance is profound. Unfortunately, most of them have been thwarted and prevented from migrating. So now wildebeest do what you see right now. They become sedentary and they stay in quite similar places, and their behavior is now regarded as a destructive behavior, and so their numbers need to be managed. If we'd left them to do their thing and nature had remained open in southern Africa, we would have had huge migrations still happening and natural movement of animals to this day. I hope that's answered your question to a degree. We are not far from the airstrip, not far from the waterworks system, so I apologize if you can hear a little hum in the background. But South Africa is going through something known as load shedding, and the generator is on. Little youngsters, you see the horns already starting to push through. Already starting to go a little bit dark, losing that more light coloration that you see there on the legs. Starting to be I'm not sure, Rian, if you've been to Kenya and seen the migration. Very similar wildebeest species, the white-bearded. They look very similar, in fact, to the brindled gnu. But the numbers just boggle the mind, and so many people perceive the migration to be a crossing of the river. But they're constantly crossing left and right again. It's the most ridiculous thing that you see sometimes. But such a spectacle to see. I think the biggest spectacle was spending a whole month on the vehicle alone with Jandre. Definitely has left some memories. So the brindled gnu, everybody, or the wildebeest, the blue wildebeest as they are called here in South Africa. Why blue? I really couldn't tell you. There's nothing blue about them. But very similar, in fact, to the white-bearded gnu that we find up in Kenya in the Serengeti, Masai Mara system. Okay, well, very good. Well, we're going to be moving off from our wildebeest to head up north, see if we can track down some lions, but it sounds like Nick has already had some success.
Hey, welcome back to Kariega, where we've got a little treat for everybody. So we've moved further west away from Scotia Dam, and we've managed to locate our dominant coalition of male lions. Yes, please. The king surveying his territory here. So his brother is not too far away, sort of just 30-40 meters away. So this is the dominant male of the two that we're having a look at. He's just got up and he's just repositioned himself. He's just walked sort of 50-60 meters and he's just sat down by this shrub here. You can see it looks like there's a small little patch of shade potentially there. So it's definitely not the hottest day ever so far. There is a bit of a breeze still moving across here. You can see the bushes moving in the background there. But remember, if he can find himself a nice cooler position, why not? Why not take advantage of that? So he's moved quite a distance from where we had them yesterday. So if you were lucky enough to join us yesterday, we did have an amazing view of them quite a distance from here. Must be sort of 2 kilometers or so. So remember, we talked about lions preferring to move around at night time if possible. So potentially they were on a little bit of a territorial patrol last night. So we're back in the, just to kind of orientate everybody, we're back in the general area of where we did see that whole mating process taking place between these two males and that young lioness. Pretty much in the same area. Which is interesting because I feel like they'd only just walked to that other sort of open ridge line there 2 nights ago. in terms of coming back here, there are no signs of that young lioness here. Samantha, the last known kill that I'm aware of was a warthog that they killed, when is it now, about 4 days ago now, 3 days ago, 3 to 4 days ago. It was a warthog that they managed to eat. So definitely I'd say around this time they'd be potentially looking for something to catch. Remember, they're never fully aware of when their next kill may be, so they always take advantage of opportunities. And potentially last night they may not have even been on a territorial patrol. Who knows, maybe they were hunting. I didn't hear any roaring or anything like that going on last night. Remember, with patrols, they would be urinating as they walk and more than likely roaring as well. Whereas when they're off hunting, they wouldn't be doing any roaring. I mean, that's basically ruining their chances. You know, that's going to let everybody know that they are in the area. And just having a look at his belly, I mean, he is lying down, so it's slightly harder to tell. But it doesn't look like they did manage to grab anything last night. But remember, these males will be opportunistic. They're definitely going to favor hunting at night time. You know, they can definitely use darkness to their advantage. They can slink around a whole lot easier. Their eyes are very well developed for nighttime viewing. Remember, in terms of the structure of the eyes, you've got rods and cones, and generally your rods being very good for your night vision, so they'll have a very high density of those. Catherine, that's a good question. In terms of the dominant male, which is this one that we're having a look at, he'll often be the first one to get up and start to move. Remember, prior to that, if they've been separated in terms of lying even, 30, 40 meters apart, they would come together, grooming, yawning, then they would start to move. And this male that we're having a look at, being the dominant male, he would more than likely be the first one to get up and move, and determining where they're going to go and obviously when they're going to go. In terms of hunting between the two of them, it's not like because this one is the dominant male, it's not like he is only he is going to be the only one to kind of give the signal of, alright, this is the prey species we're going for now. It's going to be whoever kind of spots the prey first. So if his brother spots it first, obviously he will sense that the change in body language and things like that, and there's no real competition when it comes to the actual hunting process itself. They're going to work together to catch whatever it is they're looking for. But then bear in mind the situation will change once again if they do successfully make a kill. So remember, your dominant male, he will want to take the best parts of the carcass. The rump is usually quite nice because it's nice and soft, obviously juicy. So he will try and dominate the carcass, especially if it is a small carcass. He will try and dominate that carcass and keep the best spots to himself. So there's often quite a lot of fighting that will go on between the two brothers. Even though they are brothers, they will hit each other. It'll be very vocal. You can imagine if it's been 5 days of not eating and they grab something small. You think of a very young warthog or a young impala or something like that, there'd be a huge amount of fighting. So generally they would look to target something bigger if possible, something that's got a bit more meat that can sustain them. I've still yet to see a live full buffalo hunt, but you can imagine for lions something like a big buffalo. Those big bulls are going to be around 700 kilos. So, you take off your weight for bones and things like that, horns, and you're left with a few 100 kilos of meat there, which will keep them going for a few days. But if you have a look, it looks like his breathing is very rhythmic. He's not breathing and panting very heavily, so it looks like they have been resting here for at least a while. We know they've come from at least sort of 2 k's away or so. And who knows, who knows if they walked straight. Possibly they could have done a bit more of a loop. Often if you have been to a reserve before and you've tried to track lions, and to track lions that have been hunting, you'll know it is so difficult to determine their movements. You can kind of envision that if you've got like a coalition of males that are on a territorial patrol. If you've worked in the area for a time, you can kind of figure out some of their favorite game trails and routes and things that they like to take. Whereas if animals are actively hunting, they're basically going where the prey takes them. So if they pick up on a scent of something that's very fresh, or they see an animal that they're stalking, they can walk in circles, they can zigzag, they go all over the place. They don't have sort of a general direction of movement, which makes it a whole lot easier to track. So if you look at sort of tracking of lions, it can be difficult sometimes. If they are hunting, there's just, it's hard to fall back on any prior sort of knowledge. You may know, yes, there's an open clearing here, and at night time there's often lots of prey that may sleep there, may rest up there. But it's generally much easier when you do follow animals that are on a territorial patrol. And I guess that's when you go to private game reserves and things where you do have a guide, a ranger taking you around. That often makes a big difference in terms of finding your animals that you want to see, your high profile game, because your ranger has generally worked in the area for a while. He knows some of the favorite areas that, it's to say for argument's sake, these lions like to move around. He knows the water holes they like to frequent, the game trails they like to walk, the areas they like to possibly roar from. Whereas when you go to, let's call it a Kruger Park or something, you can drive yourself around there. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's definitely incredible, it's definitely amazing. But it is tougher to find those different animals, because you may not be aware of where this certain lion's territory starts and where it ends. You're not too sure where some of the favorite areas for lying up when it becomes very hot. There's a whole lot of variables.
Here at Wild Earth, we take great pride in curating our best animal content for you. Would you like our very best animal stories, highlights, questions, and the inside scoop on all things Wild Earth before anyone else? Find it all, as well as info on our exciting plans going forward first, in the newsletter handmade just for you. Available to all Wild Earth explorers.
And if you have just managed to join us, if you've only just managed to get a little bit of time for yourself and to get that fix of nature, you've joined myself, Nick, here at Kariega. We've had a lovely morning so far of giraffe at the waterhole, and we've managed to find these 2 dominant male lions. And Andrew in Amakhala has been having some beautiful landscapes as well as some wildebeest. So we've got slightly more overcast conditions now. You know, early this morning we did have a beautiful sunrise, clear skies, and the wind has started to pick up now and possibly blown in these clouds. So it's not steaming hot, but you can see the grasses in the foreground of these lions are being blown all over the place. Hey, he's a beauty, this guy, sitting up like this. I feel like we've got the best of both worlds now. We can compare what a male looks like lying down and sitting up as well. JP, they're kind of between the age of about 4.5 and 5. I'd probably say slightly closer to 4.5, slightly over 4.5. And they have been on Kariega now for around 6 months. So they are bringing, you know, these 2 males is essentially a new bloodline on Kariega here, which is really good. I mean, you look at the physical condition of these guys and they're really big, they're really strong. Down he goes, the big boy. You know, they're really big, they're really strong. They're beautiful males. So if you look at the size of them, a lion who's 4.5 years, they're really big. They've developed well already. Potentially they might pack on a few more pounds still. That mane is really nice and big and thick and full. I would imagine it might darken out slightly more. You can see closer to the bottom of that mane how it is darker compared to the mane surrounding the face and things like that. So it'll definitely darken out a bit, and yeah, maybe they can even put on another sort of 10-15 kilos or so. They really are monsters. Deborah, you're opening Pandora's box here. So, as a general rule of thumb, lionesses will live to be longer than that of males. So remember, males do have a bit more of a taxing lifestyle than lionesses. So the general age of a male to live will be somewhere around 12 years of age. 12, 13 maybe. 12 years is a pretty good stint. And lioness is a bit longer than that. Look at something closer to sort of 15 years, 16 years. In terms of the oldest male, the oldest recorded male lion is, there's a bit of discrepancy amongst it, whether it's 14.5 years or 15 years. And then the oldest recorded lioness that I've heard of is 18 years. I may stand to be corrected about the lioness, but I know for a fact that the male, he is the oldest living one. So remember, for males, they are the protectors of the pride. So they need to protect the pride from rival males, so they get in fights a whole lot more often than that of what a lioness would do. They're patrolling the whole boundary of their territory. They need to do that, sure, at least like kind of once a week. You can imagine if we have a heavy downpour, especially during summer, that's going to wash away their scent. They need to go all around and do that again. Scent marking by urine spraying, scuffing their feet on the ground, roaring as they go. So they're racking up the mileage, you know. They need to they need to check in and have a little bit of a service more often. So a combination of those factors, they don't live as long. Yeah, so we talked about it a little bit the other day. So that oldest recorded male lion, he was an absolute beast, huh? So he was from the coalition of males known as the Matimba males. He was up in the Kruger area, the greater Kruger area, the Sabi Sands. So there were 6 of them initially, a coalition of 6 males. Then the most dominant of that coalition of 6, he passed away, leaving 5. From there, the group members split up to 3 males and 2 males. Those 3 males went slightly further north to sort of the Timbavati area, and those 2 males from the Matimbas went further south to sort of the northern Sabi Sands, and from there over time they transitioned to western Sabi Sands. So for all of our lion lovers out there, that was the hairy-bellied Matimba and the ginger male Matimba. And yeah, they got a bit of pressure from the Majingalans, and then they eventually ousted them. And then those 2 took over essentially the whole of the sort of the western sector and slightly a little bit of central Sabi Sands. Ginger, he lived to about, what was he? He must have been about 12 and a half years or so. Shame he got mange at the end of his life span, and that kind of crippled him quite badly, and that was the end of him. And then you must bear in mind now, when these 2 males, when Ginger was still alive and Hairy Belly, when they came down to the sort of the western sector of Sabi Sands, they'd already been dominant males in various other areas. They'd fought, they'd passed on their bloodlines. They'd already done what it is that a male lion's supposed to do. So, you know, of all of the rangers in the area, they were kind of thinking, oh, these males will be ousted, and, you know, they're not going to do much. You know, because often what happens when a male has passed his prime and he gets kicked out of a pride, they become nomadic, moving in and amongst the territories of other lions, trying not to come into contact with them, because, you know, inevitably they have to move somewhere. So in the older years, when they become nomadic, they're not going to be roaring and advertising their presence. They're going to slink around. They're going to nail a wildebeest here at night. They're going to eat by themselves. They're not going to be calling. They're not going to be scent marking. Anyways, when this ginger male Matimba passed away at the age of sort of 12 and a half years or so, all the rangers of the area at that time, they kind of thought, that's it for this hairy belly, because he was apparently looking quite skinny. And everybody kind of wrote him off. At that sort of time, the pride that he had taken over, called the Ottawa Pride, which I believe was 3 lionesses in that pride, they were quite successful hunters, and they started killing quite regularly and quite well. Now remember, Hairy Belly had taken over the Ottawa Pride, and being the dominant male, he kind of, not bullied, but I mean he physically asserted himself over those carcasses, and he would have eaten a lot of meat. And over the course of sort of 6 months, 8 months, he packed on quite a bit of size again, and he really started to look good again. He filled out, and after, you know, the rangers were thinking that for sure he's going to pass away, this is the end of his time, he went on to live for between 14 and a half to 15 years. Bit of discrepancy between the age, like I said, which is an absolutely incredible feat. 15 years. That is the oldest recorded wild lion ever. So there was another male up in East Africa. I can't remember what he was referred to as, but he was a male who lived to 15 and a half years. But throughout the course of those 15 and a half years, he had been darted twice, and he'd been injected with antibiotics. I'm not too sure of the process of why he was darted and things like that, but he had been darted with antibiotics. So I don't think you need to compare apples with apples. You can't compare apples and oranges, you know. That obviously gave him a bit of a boost compared to that Matimba male lion. So yeah, I mean 15 years is quite the amount of time. You know, obviously the signs of a big, healthy, fit male lion is a full body size and a big, thick mane. And that hairy belly Matimba, he was called hairy belly because his mane went all the way underneath his belly, like halfway down his belly. Whereas for most males it kind of goes under the belly but stops close to the front of the chest. Whereas this hairy bellied Matimba, I mean, you know, talk about being a hairy dude. It went all the way underneath there. You know, he had tufts of black hair behind his elbows, which is, you know, these males have it as well, but I've seen pictures of hairy belly in his prime. Not quite the same as that. So do yourself a favor, go on the internet, have a look. I feel like we just need Timon from the Lion King here. You know, we've got a lot of these small little rounded termite mounds. I can just picture Timon, little meerkat, sitting on one of these termite mounds. Woomba whip, a woomba whip, a woomba whip, a woomba whip in the jungle. While these lions are just busy kipping the day away. Oh, oh goodness, talking about rubbish here. No, it's too funny. Ah, goodness, everyone in the office was laughing at me here. Lucky I wasn't a teenage boy trying to hit that high note and then my voice just cracked. Oh, goodness. Yeah, good times. Quite cool to have a look at the structure of the paw of this male on the right hand side, giving us a good little show and tell here. I mean, even though we can't see the full paw, you can see how broad it is, how big it is. And from this angle we won't be able to see, but I guess even from the other angle, from the other side, if we were positioned on the other side of him, we still wouldn't see claws. Remember, for lions, when they are resting like this, the claws are sheathed. They're inside the sheath. They've got to physically, you know, send all those neurons down and protract those claws to get them to come out. So you compare that foot structure, that paw structure, to something like a cheetah. Remember, a cheetah is built for speed. That's running at just short of 120 k's an hour. So at those speeds it needs as much traction as it can get. So the claws of a cheetah when resting, you would see them sticking out of their sheaths. Alright, while these males are taking it easy and resting here, we're going to take you across to Amakhala and see what's happening that side of the world.
It is overcast and cool here in Madikwe. There is imminent rain, we can feel it. Had a few drops a moment ago, and well, we have made it all the way to the north again to where we left our pride of lions, and they head so up apart from his because a few impala were walking around. But being out in the open like this, the lions really don't have much of a chance of catching those impala. They need to be a little bit more stealthy, a little bit more flat, a little bit more ambushy. Beautiful young boy on the right there. It's really developing some nice mane. You might actually hear the pitter-patter of raindrops on our head, on the roof should I say. This is the boy we had the other day on the airstrip that was doing the little He's still young, and look how much fur he's already got on his neck. Daddy's boy. And just like that, Starbuck, no, they don't have to be related, but invariably they are, but not always. So for example, you can see that this pride has got one young male. Now what happens in pride dynamics generally is you'll have a pride of lions and they'll have 6, 7, 8 cubs between the females, maybe 10. 50% ratio boys, 50% ratio girls. Say out of the 10, 6 survive. Say 3 are boys, 3 are girls. Generally those 3 will stick together if they're a similar age and move off to form a coalition. If there's 6 of them, 8 of them boys, they might as well. But they might also break up into a smaller group. But every now and again, you get a bit of a skewed dynamic, or you get a small number of males coming through as cubs, or you only get one. We had it with the Nkuhuma Pride a few years ago. They had a young male, and he was on his own, and he went off. Don't know what's happened to him, but one young male will become nomadic as he gets pushed out of the pride at the age of 3 or so. And if he's on his own, it's in his best interests to link up with other males who are looking to dominate. And there's quite a process for that. You know, if there's already big males that are dominating an area, he's got no chance. So he would, to benefit him, to connect with a couple of other younger males, maybe if they're even a bit bigger than him, that are looking to establish territory, and then he can join forces with them, because as a unit they are far more likely to dominate an area and to take over prides and then breed. So from a genetics point of view, male lions always move away from their natal pride. They don't stay with it, they move, they get pushed away by the adult males, by new males moving in. That is the way that they prevent inbreeding from happening. And so say there were 4 or 5 young males and they were going to form a coalition from this pride. They got pushed away. They'd still be young, and they'd move and they'd move and they'd move until eventually they were able to dominate. But the more of them there are, the sooner they'll be able to dominate. So the sooner the genetics of the pride they came from would then go back into the population. Having just one young male, well, his chances are not great of becoming a dominant male. He would need to dominate or need to connect with other males so as to be able to form a coalition, so as to be able to look after territory. But in saying that, you do get male lions on their own that hold territory, but 2 has got a better chance than 1, 3 even more so, 4, 5, 6, you do the math. It just becomes strength in numbers. And in the Mara, we spent a lot of time up in there. We get large coalitions of males up there, and they just dominate. The famous Mapogos down in the Kruger, down in the Sabi Sands were 4. The Birminghams were 4. The Evokers were 3. So it makes sense if you want to stick around and be a breeding male to drop your ego and join forces with other males because, well, to defend a territory requires energy and it requires strength. So you don't expect this time of day for lions to have their heads up like this, but well, it's overcast and it is drizzling. Edward, no. The young cubs, young males, all they know at this point is that they're following and they're eating and they are happy. But suddenly something happens to them at about 2.5. And I don't know if you were watching the show this morning where this blonde male was sniffing the female and she was getting quite upset with him. Well, young males start to do that. They start getting interested. There's smells emanating from family members, from aunties, from mothers, from sisters, and they get aggressively put down by doing so by the females. And if a dominant male is there and sees it as well, he could take quite a bit of offense, because generally a female in estrus, the first male to cover her in the coalition will spend his time with her. Generally, they can swap out, but he generally will look after her for a while. And if an adult male is here and his son starts to show interest in a female, he could quite nearly get a bit of a hiding. So that's what starts happening. They start showing sexual interest in the females, and well, that is when Dad and the females say, it's time for you to go. It's a similar sort of thing in elephants. Young males start showing sexual maturity, sexual interest, and they get pushed out, not tolerated anymore. Go and learn how to become a man. And then the lions will become nomadic for a period of time until they either band up with the coalition or are in one already and are then able to stand their ground against males somewhere else or find an unoccupied territory and claim it. But it often, the Avoca males walked into Djuma unchallenged for the most part. There was a bit of a skirmish at one point, we think, with the Birminghams, but other than that, they weren't really well. Wasn't much of a representation. The Birminghams just sort of moved into a more pride or a more game-rich density area, it seems, and so the vacuum was filled by other males. Can you see a warthog? Ah, yes. The young female that you had before. The young female was the one who caught the warthog the other day. We think. You probably recognize her face, Rian, because you logged it. Megan, no, they don't. Lions' eye color can change, and a lot of it is genetics to do with the parents, but they do generally have a yellowy brown color to them, although blue eyes are recorded in white lions, quite dark ambery eyes in some lions, and some lighter colored eyes. Never black, generally brown to like an orangey yellow, but then obviously in white lions they're often blue, and that is a recessive gene, very much like blue eyes in humans. In Europeans, blue eye gene comes through every now and again. When I say recessive, it's not a dominant gene. It often gets overshadowed by something more dominant, and in lions definitely brown, darker eyes, and I think it's more beneficial for them in this landscape. That's why when you think about the blue recessive gene of people who were born in Scandinavia or the like, in a place where it's quite snowy, where you don't get a lot of sun, you come down to Africa where there's a lot of sun, blue eyes disadvantage in the heat. It's not an ideal eye color. Notice most of the animals we find actually have got pretty dark eyes, which obviously help a lot with the glare and with the reflection. So she's being very vigilant, this female. Very, very vigilant. You think that's the youngster? You think so? I don't know. I think the other one was... This one looks older than that one the other day that we spent time with, that caught the warthog for dad or for uncle. We're not sure actually. Often difficult in a pride to know exactly who the father is, but you often look, especially with the male, you'll notice the mane and the eye color. Apologies for that. Victoria, I've never heard of adoption in lion prides. There was a very rare occurrence in the Mara a few years ago where a lioness somehow came across a leopard cub. Don't know how that whole thing unfolded, but suddenly there was a lioness who had cubs and she took on a leopard cub for a period of time, suckling and all that. But I don't know how that ended. But that motherly instinct, it's a very interesting one. You know, like there's another story of a leopard in the Sabi Sands years ago that killed a mother baboon that had a little baby, a brand new little baby attached to it. And the leopard actually took that baby. I don't even think it ate the mother. It just, its maternal sort of instincts took over, and it took the baby and was carrying it around and sat with it. But the baby died that evening, I think, of exposure, because it wasn't cuddling the lion or the leopard as much as it was mum. Very, very strange, bizarre sort of stories, you know, of the predator looking after the youngster. I think we've also had stories of lions and young gazelle, and not really knowing whether to kill them or to play with them and hold them. But it's really not a common thing. I think there's an instinct that takes over with regards to parental care. We saw it with a young lioness the other day, didn't know how to kill a warthog. I attributed that to her inexperience, but I think also sometimes these animals just have this feeling of innocence, and they think, I don't know what to do. I want to catch it, but just want to hold it. I don't really want to hurt it. The male lion came along though and showed her what to do. So, but adopting other lion cubs doesn't happen. I mean, there's definitely a communal suckling that happens. So if the cubs are at a certain age and they're able to move with the pride, then they will be looked after. But if they've been left in a den somewhere away from the pride and the pride doesn't know about them and that mother disappears, well, those youngsters are doomed, in my opinion.
Would you like a stay in the African bush? Open to all explorers. Sign up and stand a chance to win a 3-night stay for 2 at the fantastic Mashatu Lodge in Botswana. This bucket list prize includes daily safari drives, traditional African cuisine, spacious luxury suites, and a promise of sheer relaxation. Sign up now and stand a chance to win.
lions are up. Our lions are up having a look. Just listening to what I have figured out. It is the call of, let's play it for you. No? Looks like the monotonous lark anyway. That lioness has definitely seen something. And I'm doing some birding. You know, that's what we do. When we spend time with cats, we also like to ascertain what's going on out in the wilderness. It's a great time to to see what else is happening. Okay, well, I figured it out. It is the rufous-naped lark that is calling. But that's our young lioness. It does seem to be her again, Rian, now that she's stood up and I can see her clearly. She was looking very big on the floor there when she was looking at us, but she is young. Doesn't have any suckle marks. Yeah, they're brothers. You'll often find different males in a coalition being with the pride at different times. Sometimes both together, sometimes separate. He was following this one female here that's obviously an estrus, or coming into estrus, and the lioness is now rubbing Dad's face. Oh, hello, Dad. I'm now going to go to Mum. Hello, Mum. Oh, he's going to sneeze. You ready for the sneeze? He's not sure what he's going to do. Rian posted an incredible shot of this gentleman on Instagram yesterday, which I shared on my story, and if you haven't checked it out, you should. He is a beautiful, beautiful man. And I know many of you have private messaged me to say how gorgeous this gentleman is. And isn't he just an impressive male? He really is. Even the back of him is impressive. Julie, well, the tale probably initially, with regards to cats, is all about balance. Cats without a tail lose a little bit of balance, but the purpose of it might have lost that balance because they don't really climb. You see a leopard uses it very, very well for climbing. Cheetah use it as a rudder for when they're turning corners. It helps in the turning. Domestic cats most certainly use it as an element of sort of a tightrope walking stick. But lions, there's a lot of communication that comes through in a lion's tail. Their moods are well depicted by the tail, and a tail that's flicking up and down or sideways is that of an irritated cat. But also the black of the ears and the black tail is also used for communication for this, the only social cat when it comes to hunting, because the black tip of the tail and the black ears are like signals to the pride members about what's about to happen, which direction they're going, what's going on. you've ever watched any of these movies where these guys are walking and they're doing their hand signals, all these funny hand signals, well, that's what the lion's doing with its ears and its tail. We just don't always understand exactly what they're trying to say, but lions, well, as a unit, they learn very quickly exactly what's going on with their different pride members. Okay, should I reposition, Rian, so we get a view of them from the other side there? Are you happy? If you're happy, I'm happy. Rian's happy, everybody. I'm happy. We'll change in a little while. We are going to be here for some time. I have a feeling that these animals are going to digest whatever it is that they fed on last night. This lioness in the front, who's got a collar on, is busy grooming. So we know what that means. It means she's going to stand up soon and have a poo, and then she's going to walk. And the wind is coming from our left-hand side, but the river is also that way. So maybe she's thirsty, maybe she'll go for a drink. We don't know. This is a live and interactive safari, and these animals come and go as they please, and all we can do is guess and commentate. But they definitely are far more alert than we're used to seeing them at this time of day, and that has got to do with the weather and the wind. Madison lionesses do lead a pride. A pride is made up of lionesses and their offspring, and any females that are born into that pride generally will stay with the pride for life. That is the general way it works. Males move between prides, don't ever really own a pride or belong to a pride once they leave as a young male. So that's why you can sometimes have males between 2, 3, 4 prides. They're not actually part of that pride. They're just there to sire the youngsters and to protect those youngsters from other males. So because we see males walking with lionesses, it's basically them playing the father figure, playing the dad role, but they by no means do they lead the pride. The pride is made up of a close-knit bond of lionesses, and they are constantly reaffirming those bonds through play, through grooming. Hey, gonna go left. Play and grooming. You never see male lions playing. They're big and strong, and so they can take what they want, but they do serve an important purpose. And if they are big and strong and dominant, the females want them to mate with them because they will secure their bloodline. Now would you like me to reposition, Ria? Almost. How to just upset the... Now just go and walk over there and pee on your sister. Pee on her. I mean, that's just rude. It's rude. And then he's just going to come and check it out. Wait for the facial expression. Sadly, we go. That's the Flehmen grimace. So we were on the Sunrise Safari this morning as well, and we were asked a question about, does weather impact lions' behavior? And well, because it's cool, everybody. It's cool. They're more likely to do something and to move. They did look relatively okay from a feeding point of view this morning, but there's nothing to stop them getting up and going and moving and hunting right now. Nothing at all. Obviously, there's a wonderful downward dog. Oh, that's about as good as you get. Now the cat stretch. Are you going to do the cat stretch? No, he's going to check the other one's urine just to see. Let's just see what's going on. Let the brain calculate. You ready for the look? 3, 2, 1. Lift the head up. Show us your Flehmen grimace. No, he's going to eat some poo on the floor there. Oh, I'm not quite sure what he's doing. I don't think he quite knows either. But so male lion will find breeding females and will stay with the pride while they have cubs or while they are in reproductive status. There we go. That's how it's done. Do you think he liked that one, Rian? I think he liked that one. He just needed a moment. That is the Flehmen response, the Flehmen grimace. Well known in cats, in zebras, in most of our antelope. And for those of you who don't quite understand what the organ of Jacobson is, in mammals, I'll explain shortly. Definitely looks like he's enjoying that. Oh, there you go. No, Rian, we cannot go and scratch his belly. That would be suicide. Shall I reposition? I think we shall reposition now. Oh, be careful, I can smell some poo. You don't want that on the wheel. Do not want that on the wheel. That's for sure. Well, I'm going to have to try and position this vehicle in a way because the rain is coming to the side there. Are you getting it? Just in the front, yeah. It's not heavy rain, it's just that little uncomfortable drizzle. So, excuse me everybody while I just maneuver this heavy poncho over my belongings, at least that way. Okay, well, while we just try and get ourselves into the perfect position so as to stay dry this morning, let's send you over to Andrew with some antelope in Amakhala.
Thanks very much, Steve, and good luck staying dry out there in Madikwe. We are in the eastern part of the reserve now. We've covered quite a bit of distance, which is quite nice, and we've come across quite a large herd of waterbuck antelopes that are just in this nice open area. Some of them are feeding, and then others are deciding just to sun themselves and catch a bit of a rest. And it's a nice open area here, so definitely they can take a rest without sort of the worry of predators getting too close. The lions are apparently not too far from where we are, and we're trying to see if we can locate them. But always nice just to stop and admire the waterbuck as well. I think for some of you, you might find it a little bit difficult to identify some of the antelopes. I remember when I was a young lad going to the Kruger National Park with my father, I also battled for a little while. But the more you look at them and spend time with them and study them, you do notice quite a few differences between the different species of antelopes. Now, waterbuck is, you can identify this animal strictly by that circle on the bottom, nice round circle, white in color, and immediately you know you are dealing with waterbuck antelope. Now, it's said that they are associated to water, and that's quite true. If there's a lot of water that is available, waterbucks tend to hang around those areas where the water is, and nice lush grass around the watering holes. But you know, in times of drought, when water does disappear, a waterbuck can still survive quite well without that water. Now, I don't want to make fun of the waterbuck, but out of all the antelopes, I would say waterbuck is probably one of the more smelly antelopes. And the reason why they are smelly is because they do have an oil, a lot of glands throughout their body, which secretes oil down their coat. And this oil is very good and essential for them because often when they're hot or if they're escaping predators, they'll go into the water. And especially when running away from any of those predators, they'll actually run straight into a river and they swim to the other side. Now, those oils help to keep them floating in the water as they paddle along the water and get to the other side. And then also this funny smelling substance on their body does make them distasteful. Makes them very, very distasteful. Isabella, morning. How far can waterbuck travel? That's a good question. So they can travel a lot if they wanted to, but usually what they do is they'll find an area where there's resources for them and they hang around those areas. They don't roam as much as what some of the animals might, cover area to area and get into different spots in the reserve. They generally hang around the areas where they feel safe and where there's a lot of resources, i.e. grass and a water supply, and they carry on. Now, predators do go for waterbuck, but it's really at the bottom of the menu, so to speak. It's very seldom actually that predators do go for waterbuck, but they do. But waterbuck, they don't really know this, so if they see a lion, they are going to act like a normal antelope would. Get up and run, get to a safer area, and sometimes just get up and run, get a bit of distance between themselves and the predator, and just stare at them and watch, and just make sure that they're not being followed, and if the animal or the predator is moving, where exactly the predator is moving to. I was chatting to one of the guides on the reserve, Seamus. He mentioned that Pumalela managed to catch a waterbuck. When was that? Oh, it was about a month and a half ago, roughly about then. Which I found quite surprising because while I've worked here in Amakhala, I've never seen predators on a waterbuck kill. It goes to show that it does happen. Yeah, you had lions on the waterbuck. Oh, that's cool. That's very cool. Now, just a question for you all. I'd like to know why you think a waterbuck has got a circle on the bottom. What the use is for that. And I'll wait a bit and see if any answers come through. Okay, I'm going to repeat the question for you all. Why do you think a waterbuck has got a circle on the bottom? I remember, in nature, nothing for no reason. So if you see something happening in nature, there's always a reason for it. Now with waterbuck having a circle on the bottom, what is that for? Now, I did mention earlier on that waterbuck are often associated to river lions and big dams and things like that. They prefer areas where there's quite an abundance of water, i.e., you know, those rivers that are full of water and dams and things like that. But if that water does disappear, they do drink from the puddles and so on that are available. But now, waterbuck, of all the antelopes, waterbuck consume quite a lot of water. Plenty of water in a 24-hour period. And because of that, if you ever get to see their dung, the droppings, you find that the pellets are all held together, almost like a bunch of grapes. And that's because the amount of moisture within the dung, and when they expel it from the body, all those pellets, they stick to each other, making what looks like a bunch of grapes. Jojo, there's a different species of waterbuck as well, but generally yes, waterbuck are found throughout southern Africa especially, and in other parts of Africa as well. I think they occur quite well in Botswana. Not too many of them in those more dry, arid areas like Namibia and the dry parts of the Kalahari. But there are some parts of the Kalahari that does get a bit more rainfall than the rest. And I do remember seeing them in the Kalahari at Tswalu. So they do occur in some parts of those arid areas, but not all. One thing I have noticed, you know, with the antelopes is when it comes to fighting, some antelopes, they prefer not to actually make contact and, you know, hit each other and stab each other. They would rather do a display. And a good example of that would be a Nyala antelope. It's very seldomly that Nyala actually go for each other and slam horns and lock horns and try and stab each other. It can happen, but it's very seldom. They'd rather just raise their fur, you know, do a bit of a display, make themselves look a lot bigger, and they come to some sort of an understanding like that. But now, with waterbuck, some of the most hectic fights I have ever seen with antelopes, I would say waterbuck is probably one of the most impressive fights I've seen. They really climb into each other, they smash horns, and they try and stab each other. Another antelope that is also quite impressive when fighting is Gemsbok.
Hello, my name is Melanie and I'm sitting in freezing cold Hobart, Tasmania, which is a small island off the coast of Australia. I became an explorer for Wild Earth quite a number of years ago when they first advertised the positions. I'm so excited about winning the Rockfig prize, which will be in Madikwe, and I cannot wait to have that adventure. And I thank the organisers so much for this opportunity.
Yeah, and there's a beautiful bull that's actually lying down on the ground there. Isn't he just magnificent, eh? Look at those horns. So try and study those horns. It's the only antelope with the horns that bend like that. So it bends back and then at the top comes a bit forward. And that is indicative of waterbuck antelope. He's very dominant, as you can see. He's a little bit away from the breeding group, but he's got his eye on them. And we do find that with the bulls, they often just section themselves a little bit away from the breeding group and sit down by themselves. Not always, but most of the time I have seen this. There's a beautiful hill just beyond that waterbuck bull. A small little sand dune-like hill with this reddish sort of tingy soil. It makes a lovely contrast from what we're seeing here. It's different colors, and red is always an impressive color to see in the bush. Now, if you go to parts of the Kalahari and Namibia, you find that the sand and the sand dunes out there is really intense red. Very, very red. The amount of iron within the soil. So very much iron rich. Alright, so in case you have just joined us, welcome again. My name is Andrew, and I do have Morgan behind the camera today. We have a few feeds this afternoon or this morning, myself, on Amakhala Game Reserve. Also Steve, who is out in Madikwe Game Reserve, and then Nick, who's actually in that direction in a different game reserve called Kericha. There's been quite a few sightings. Nick has been lucky enough to see some lions. We've been lucky enough to see some general animals like waterbuck, etc. Steve has had a few good sightings on his front as well. Now remember, we're fully interactive, so if you have questions or any comments and suggestions, you can always send them through at any time. I'm just wondering if there's any of you who have actually visited Amakhala. We've come through or come past quite a few of the guests on the safari trucks, and they've greeted us, and they've actually admitted that the reason why they're here is because they've seen Amakhala on the wild earth, and so a lot of them have booked and come here. So I'm wondering if you have come here, if anybody has come here, what you thought, what you saw, and if you are planning a trip out here, it's a very beautiful reserve. I've got a lot of sentimental attachments to Amakhala. I've spent about 4 years in total out here, and it's still going. Okay, so Nick is still watching his sleepy lions at the moment, so we're going to send you on that way. Enjoy it.
Thanks, Andrew. We do have some sleepy lions here still. The definition of taking it easy. It's been quite interesting to watch them. They've been shifting and kind of rolling over a little bit, trying to find a comfortable position. This male that we're having a look at here on the left, he's literally just kind of turned over a little bit. He was completely on his back with his two paws, his front legs up in the air. I mean, a lion is a big creature, you know, it's a big animal, but it's amazing how many similarities there are in terms of behavioral traits and characteristics between these big cats and domestic cats. So yes, these are the two dominant males of Kericha. There are not any other dominant males. These are the big boys. These are the top dogs. So there are 3 lionesses as well, but they are not with them at the moment. Not too sure if the lionesses were found by anybody this morning. Excuse me, look at the tail of this lion. He's been flicking it all over the place. I feel like he just can't get a comfortable spot. It's kind of getting caught on the bush at the back. Then he shifts it a little bit forward. That is the deep chill. It's an interesting position. I mean, we were talking about the last time that we know that these males made a kill was sort of 4 days ago or so, somewhere around there. And this posture of lying on their backs is quite a common posture when they do have a very full stomach. You know, by lying on the back, it takes all of the pressure off of the stomach when they do have a very full belly. But it is quite comical to watch this little pose. Tony, they do. They definitely enjoy bonding together. You can see how close they are lying to each other here. And remember, this male that we're having a look at here, he did come and join his brother. I mean, he was lying up 30-40 meters away, and he came and joined his brother and is resting very close by. So the bond between these two is very strong. And not just between them, but amongst most brothers in terms of lion dynamics in society, the bond is very good. If you look at them starting to move around, if you know, we fast forward to potentially evening, if they had to get up and move again, you know, you'd more than likely see lots of yawns as a sign of them looking to potentially get up, grooming of their paws, and then a lot of sort of head nuzzling. You know, if they were lying, you know, 40-50 meters apart, they'd come together. You know, like lions, I'm sure you've seen videos of them sort of characteristically flopping on top of each other and rubbing heads and things like that. All really good ways of bonding, grooming each other's manes. Remember, these males are very capable of hunting by themselves, and bonding together like that will definitely help to strengthen them as a cohesive unit before they do go out hunting. Such a cool angle to have a look at him like this. See the wind moving through his mane there. Still got a relatively pinkish colored nose. And if you look carefully on both of his front paws there, you can see he's actually got one or two little wounds there, one or two little puncture wounds. Laurie, no, this is a very comfortable position for this lion. It's definitely not going to cause any harm to his body. Yeah, I'm sure if there was any uncomfortable position, he'd just shift and rotate. So he's more than happy to pass out like this. Lions are able to really make any position look comfortable. You know, even when their head is below their body, sometimes you'll see them resting like that for hours on end. You know, sort of like leopards will be similar. They can make any branch look comfortable as well. They just melt into the branch. But no, I mean, I guess potentially with a lion resting on a slope and his head lower down than his body, maybe there'll be a bit more sort of a head rush, if you want to call it that, of more blood flowing towards the head. But like this, no, he's quite comfy. So those little puncture wounds that he's got on his front paws, remember he was mating with that lioness for a day and a half. So potentially she swatted him once or twice. It doesn't look like it's anything too severe. They're quite small. They look like they're pretty clean. You'll obviously keep licking those, cleaning out the dirt and the dust and things like that. And remember, for lions, the oxpeckers won't come through and sort of move through and comb through that mane. They'll have to pull the ticks out themselves. But they're very good at grooming. You know, I've seen a pride of lions. There were some youngsters that were around a year old, maybe just short 8 months. And the adults were resting around this waterhole. It was in the morning, and these 4 youngsters started playing a game of sort of tag, of chasing each other and you know, one would jump on the other one from behind, which is essentially, remember, your practice of hunting strategies and tactics and positions. So it was really good to see them, you know, practicing that behavior. And it got a little bit more intense, and one kind of would dip a paw or two in the water when it was running past, and in the end it got into a full-on little brawl, and everybody got completely covered in mud. So there were these 4 youngsters, chocolate colored lions, I mean completely covered in mud. Not something that you see too often, because remember that lions are not fans of water. They're naturally quite fearful of it. But these youngsters were having just such a good time.
Okay, we've got to look really carefully, because I've got a feeling that they're going to be lying really flat at the moment, so you really need to look quite well. There's a few bless box on that side. I think let's go around this way and see what's going on. Now you can see all these tall white squalls that are busy growing here. Isn't it just pretty? Got to try and think like the lions now, where they are likely to be lying down. It is quite warm now, so I should think on probably the side of a bush. I think the nearest water around here is gonna probably be, I would say, Woodbury Pan, or even at Woodbury Lodge. I'm not sure if they got up and actually went that way, so we're just gonna double back and recircle the roads that we took this morning. Be quite nice if we can get these lions, if we can spend a bit of time with them, and we can see what they're gonna get up to today. Probably sleep, but you just never know. So sometimes a good trick, or a hint if you will, is to watch the general animals and just see how they're behaving. Because often enough, if they do see predators, it actually looks quite comical when you see a whole bunch of antelopes one direction. And they almost point for you exactly where that predator is. Okay, we're just going to talk about this tall white squirrel that's growing here. Okay, let's go a bit closer here. Wow, it's almost like we're farming them over here. There are hundreds and hundreds of them growing here. I don't know, for some reason it reminds me of that story when I was a kid, Jack and the Beanstalk. Now you might actually notice that on the top section of the seeds, some of the seeds have been eaten. And I think this is probably from the milkweed locust. They are quite common out here. Now what's interesting about that is this plant, the tall white squirrel, is quite poisonous. Now the milkweed locust, they would like to be distasteful and poisonous as well, but they don't produce poisons themselves. So what they're going to do is actually feed on poisonous vegetation, just like this plant over here, and that makes them poisonous. And so any animals that might decide to eat them, they're not really going to enjoy it very much, and they're going to figure out rather just leave them alone. I don't see any of these milkweed locusts at the moment, but usually they're quite plentiful. It'd be actually quite nice if we could find some exposed bulbs, because at the base of this plant, the tall white squirrel is a bulb in the ground. And some of them get quite big, a little bit bigger than a cricket ball. Elephants, often they will dig them up and they eat them. And they eat some of the layers of the bulb. Porcupines, believe it or not, also enjoy it. They enjoy it very, very much. And they dig them out and leave them on the surface of the land. Of course, the poisons are not going to disturb porcupines, not going to disturb the elephants. Their bodies are adapted for it and it doesn't affect them. But for humans, you've got to be careful not to consume this plant, otherwise you're going to get some poisoning. It's not going to make you feel very good. Now the bulb is actually made up of quite a few layers. And if you had to peel some of those layers away, you can actually write on the layers of skin with a pen. And it's almost like paper in a way. And it's quite interesting. When I used to do safaris out here and I had some kids on the vehicle, we used to pull them out, and the ones that were already exposed, of course, we used to draw pictures on them and write little notes to each other. And I noticed the kids really enjoyed doing that. It's quite interesting how some of them grow quite tall and straight, whereas others start to curl up. It almost looks like a pig's tail. And they do start to bend towards where the prominent wind is coming from. You'll notice the majority of them are actually are bent in a certain way. Some of these tall white squirrels are going to be taller than myself and Morgan. Some of them get very, very nice and big and tall. Definitely got some length to it. And while you are looking at these tall white squirrels, I'm just going to scan with binoculars and just see if I can't spot any lions that might be lying down here. So far, I don't see anything. I see these pretty flowers growing here, Morgan. These purple ones. Hello, Lulu. Oh, there's quite a few. For me, the plants that are very interesting for me are plants like the spekboom. Now, spekboom is quite a significant plant because it produces more oxygen in Southern Africa. If I'm not mistaken, it's also the world. I might be wrong about that, but I know in Southern Africa, spekboom produces more oxygen than any other plant out here. They absorb a lot of carbon and releasing oxygen, and therefore another name that they are referred to as is the carbon plant or elephant food. The elephant plant is another name. They actually photosynthesize some of them by using the moonlight. So very well adapted plants. Another one out here, I would say, which is a plant that is it's got quite a few straight thorns, which is used as a local anesthetic, natural local anesthetic, as well as a tool for acupuncture. And I think I must try and find one for you and show you what I mean by that. Now in the Eastern Cape, there's another plant that is quite famous. It's one of the living fossils called the Outeniqua yellowwood. Now I haven't seen in Amakhala, but I have seen in neighboring game reserves. Alright, we're going to send you to one of the watering holes at Ukukuyo and see what's happening over there.
Okay, our lions have just shifted position a little bit. Looks like they've actually more changing direction around this bush in terms of the direction of the wind. It's really swirling quite a lot. Looks like it's more of a southeaster that's blowing now, and this shrub just giving them a little bit of protection. You can see they have decided to lie down right next to the road here. Which, hey, when you're as big and scary as these guys are, you can lie down wherever you want. So it was quite interesting. There was this male closest to us kind of shook his head quite a lot and then just flopped down again.
When was the last time you caught your breath? When were you last truly amazed? When last did you marvel at the wonder of nature? Wild Earth Epic Animal Encounters. Only available on the Wild Earth app.
Okay, they have shifted position there. I'll have to see if I can reposition my vehicle. You can see there's so potentially they might have just shifted to a different bush there. Not too sure what all their interest was about. Just kind of looking around. There's a rufous nape lark that's calling. There was a vehicle that drove a little distance away, but it was interesting how both of them lifted their heads and moved off at the same time. Alright, from one set of lions to another, let's take you across to Steve and see what his lions are up to.
Lions everywhere, and our beautiful male lion here has just had his mane blow dried. He's looking splendid in this early morning. We've had little bits of drizzle, but it's nothing major. The lions haven't done a lot. But that is alright. There is lots of time for them to do something. Oh, he's not going to snuggle in his own paws. Some hardy-dar ibises in the distance. Sound like they're coming closer. Eddie, I think it's pretty tough. I mean, you look at a lion and you think it looks quite soft, but it's quite bristly, that fur. It's short, but it's tough. The skin itself, they can endure incredible injuries. It's not like you and I who skim our knee on something and the skin tears off. Lions, they are incredibly powerful. The skin is tough. They're able to succumb to enormously or incredibly bad injuries and somehow just lick themselves and heal themselves. It really is quite remarkable. Apart from those couple and impala we saw earlier and an elephant, everything is pretty quiet on the plains. JP, you find it relaxing to watch sleeping lions? It is rather a relaxing sport. Trying to predict what they might do next can be tricky, but I have a feeling they're not going to be doing much for the next little while. The youngster, though, is keen. The youngster has got a little bit more energy than the rest, and it is able to see quite far. The whole valley here that extends onto the other side, and I think she's been looking at some wildebeest hundreds of meters away. Just can't help herself. Can't help herself. Sophia, it depends on the wind. Depends on the wind blowing, and it's hard for me to tell you how far exactly, but animal scents do waft quite far if the wind is blowing, and lions, in my experience, walk across the wind when they're moving, and as soon as some scent blows down towards where they are, and the scent probably is reliable or feels closer, they start to move in that direction of the animals they smell, and then they'll lock in on them with their eyes or their ears. So they definitely do use scent, in my opinion, for hunting, but how far away that animal is, I really couldn't tell you. How far away do you smell the local bakery? You know, or where I live, there's a hops. They farm hops, they roast hops. You can smell it very far away if the wind is blowing the right direction. So when the wind is not in their favor, lions have no clue about any animal in that direction unless they physically see it. But the wind is blowing towards her, so she's probably picking up on the smells of animals, and she's seeing animals far in the distance, and the curiosity of the cat has got her very interested. But whether she acts on it is debatable. Sit down with us, everybody, and relax. Pour yourself a warm cup of tea or coffee. And let's enjoy watching our sleeping lions. What a little cutie. That is a wild, ferocious lion. Lioness. Don't let that cute facade fool you, everybody. Well, the wind is blowing. There are a couple of raindrops falling. 1 out of our 5 lions is awake. Something that's very important when I go out and do my walks, overnight trails. Starbuck most certainly not. Both Springbok and Impala fall victim to lions. I would say Springbok are probably a little bit less prone, just due to the habitat that they choose. And Springbok is the kind of animal that's fallen into the niche range or food range for cheetah. Obviously Impala is also the right food range for cheetah, but Impala occupies so many habitats that lions occur in, and I've seen hundreds of Impalas hunted and killed by lion. They are regarded as a buffer species, and they do definitely fall prey. The youngsters as well as the adults, both female and male, and we've seen many a lion eating an Impala. I've never seen a Springbok being eaten by a lion, but I haven't really spent much time guiding in areas with Springbok. But I have no doubt that Springbok have fallen victim to lion, but more so they are a cheetah sort of hunted animal, the gazelle, because they are very, very quick. Impala are very quick as well, but prides work in unison. They work as a group, and they can surround animals and chase them towards them. Waiting members of the pride. Someone's always waiting, and they spring to action very quickly, very, very quickly. So what I was saying is, on the overnight trails, 3, 4, 5 night trails that you find a campsite, you spend time around the fire. You can't all just plop down like lions do like this and fall asleep, because there's some risks of specifically hyena coming in and licking your face and maybe doing more than a lick. So someone always has to stay awake. We normally do hour shifts where you'll just sit around the fire in silence by yourself. Someone can join you if they want, but there's no talking. Just staring into the flames, maybe writing some stuff in your journal, reflecting on your life. And the hour shift always goes so quickly. And all you have to do is every few minutes just shine your torch around, make sure nothing's sneaking up on you and your waiting friends and comrades. It's a beautiful element of responsibility. I'm responsible out in the African wilderness for the safety of these people. There's a massive element, and if you've never done an overnight trail or a trail in the Big 5 area, I highly recommend it. I do lots of different trails, men's groups, women's groups, mixed. I have been doing a bit more of a focus on men's lately, as I think that work is sorely, sorely needed. Have you ever been on a trail, Rian? No. Nadia, it all depends on the cover. I mean, lions, it's not about where they like to hunt, it's about what works for them. I don't think there's anything about liking. What is successful? And lions in an open area, if the grass is long, beautiful, perfect terrain for them to hunt in. Dense vegetation works as well because of the invisibility factor, but that also it makes it difficult for the lions to see their prey. So the dense vegetation can make it more difficult for lions to see and to walk right past well-concealed animals. So lions can be successful in open areas if there's cover. They can be successful in dense areas if they've got the right conditions for them. But as we know, camouflage works both ways for the hunter and the hunted. So I've seen many an animal get walked right past because they were standing dead still, using the vegetation as a camouflage screen. In the Mara, in the Serengeti system with the migration, the animals occur in such large numbers that they tend to forget that someone still needs to be looking out for danger. And there, I've witnessed lions just running into herds of wildebeest in the open, short grass, no cover, no stalking at all, and the wildebeest just not really even paying attention, and then just getting smashed because, well, they think someone else is looking out. So there definitely are different opportunities, and lions are very opportunistic. But we'll find in an open area like this without cover, animals will spot them very quickly. So unless it's pitch black, lions will struggle to hunt in the open unless the grass is long enough to conceal them, or unless they are hidden in a small patch and the other animals come walking towards them, which happens as well. That's an ambush strategy, but energy conservation is key. You'll find lions don't often attempt too many hunts in unsuccessful, or should I say unideal conditions. But when the wind is blowing and the light is in their favor, lions can be very, very successful. We find that in storms. You always find lions, leopards on some kill when there's been a storm, because the wind and the rain makes it very difficult for prey animals to detect what's going on. They're fidgety and they jump around, and a lion just sneaks up with them much easier. So we talk about the success rate. Lions, leopards, I reckon only about 20%, somewhere around there, of hunts are successful. So isn't that a wonderful analogy to think about? Lions and leopards survive and are successful and are happy with 20%. Rian, have you ever been happy with 20%? No. We put a lot of pressure on ourselves to achieve. And when we don't achieve and we get less than 80% for activities and tasks that we're probably doing, I'm not talking about school, everybody, but when we don't achieve and we fail a lot, we give up. Lions fail 80% of the time, and they survive and they keep going. They don't sulk, they don't moan, they don't blame anybody, they don't blame the other members of the pride, or sometimes they do. They give them that look, especially when there's cubs. They don't blame the animal for getting away. They just shake it off and carry on. Isn't that a wonderful analogy for life, for success? You're not going to get it right all the time, but when you get it right, enjoy and build your confidence. Now, there was a question asked there, I don't know, I think it was Andrew, about does an animal's adaptation affect its behavior? Well, surely behavior and adaptation are two different elements. An animal can change its behavior, and adaptation is something that's evolved or developed. So how some animals overcome evolutionary adaptations is by changing behavior. A very nice example to talk about there is the evolutionary, arms race of the black eagle and the rock hyrax or rock dussie. Now, we know eagles like to hunt using the sun, and the rock hyraxes live on these rocky outcrops. And the black eagle, a long time ago, would have come along, seen a dussie, used the sun as cover, come down, grab the rock hyrax, and there we go, dinner. So now the hyrax, through an evolutionary adaptation, developed a polarized lens or eyelid. So they can close their eyelid and they can look at the sun and they can see the approaching eagle. Now that is just remarkable adaptation. But what did the black eagle do? Did they evolve a different strategy, or did they evolve a different element of using the sun in hunting? No. They just started hunting in pairs. So they changed their behavior to overcome an evolutionary adaptation. So definitely adaptations can be, or should I say behaviors can change quicker than adaptations. And I think they can both be looked at separately. Lions are pride hunters, but they've adapted to be social, but they can also be on their own. And their behavior can turn into that of a leopard, where they can hunt as a solitary cat. You'll also notice that when they've got big males, they're able to take much larger prey. They probably won't even attempt to take a giraffe 2 or 3 lionesses. But if there's a male there, sure, they give it a go. But in some areas, lions don't even attempt giraffe. In some areas, that's all they feed on. So those are behavioral sort of elements to the same species. You know, in the Okavango Delta, there's lions that hunt buffalo in the water. Now, you try to see one of these lions even touch water with their paw, they will freak out, you know. So that's a behavioral change that has come about through the success and through the need to hunt and to eat. Not an evolutionary change at all. So you'll find in all the textbooks, whenever you find a research done on an animal, just bear in mind where it was done. And just because it happened in Etosha doesn't mean it will be the same here. Yes, lions sleep a very long period of time. We know that. But how they hunt and when they move, a lot of that's got to do with their behavior. A lot of that's got to do with the weather, the climate, what their preferred prey species is there, and potentially what their parents or their mother has taught them to hunt. When I first started guiding, I was at the Pride of Lions, the Mountain Pride. There was a phenomenal pride of lions, but they had no clue whatsoever how to hunt herds of buffalo. Not a clue. They used to chase them and chase them and chase them, would never catch them. But when it came to giraffe, that pride used to take giraffe down like you've never seen. Now go over to the Sabi Sands, go to Djuma, Nkuhuma Pride. Remarkable buffalo hunters. Even the youngsters, when they were just starting to become a little bit bigger, they were bringing buffalo down easily. And now the amount of time I spent with the Talamati Pride, a pride that's potentially even related to the Nkuhuma Pride. No evolutionary difference, different behavior. I've never seen them with a buffalo. So I hope that answers your question. have movement. We have movement. I think it might be primarily for shade. But this is another strategy that lions do employ, is by moving around in a landscape like this. Obviously it happens sometimes just purely because they choose different trees to shelter under, and they end up spreading out in an arc of 15, 20, 30, 50 meters maybe. It forms a bit of a net. Just like any defensive line in rugby or American football, there's that line that defenders or the attacker has to get through. In this case it would be an impala or a kudu. If you've got defenders all along the way, you have potential for one of them at least to be close enough to just touch that animal, enough to slow it down if it's big, enough to turn it. You know, when you've ever watched any contact sport like that, when an individual gets the ball and they're trying to break the line and the defender materializes in front of them, they've got to turn. And when they turn, they often find themselves faced by another defender. And that is what lions, one of the major benefits of being in a pride. That's one of the major benefits. And so suddenly two defenders, the animal has to turn again, that straight line they had before, because we know the quickest way to a point is a straight line. But if you've had to turn once and then twice, unless you're very quick or are able to jump very, very high, that lion might tag you. And I know it might not seem like a lot if a lion tags you, but their claws are able to protract. I've heard of the word retractable. Lions and leopards don't have retractable claws. Retractable means that their claws are out in the relaxed position, but their claws are in during the relaxed position, and when they extend them and tense the muscles and the ligaments, the claws come out. And so when an animal jumps or tries to get through and a lion protracts their claws and they might catch the smallest bit of skin, well, then that animal quite often will see the end of its life. Okay, well, we're going to stay with our lions. It seems like they might move and find some shade, and we're going to send you back on down to Amakhala.
How gorgeous is this? Just lovely, isn't it? Now, I can't tell you how many times I've seen this view and you just cannot get tired of it. And it's something I really enjoy about Amakhala is if you go on a safari out here and you don't really see any animals or too much that is out, you can always fall back on a lot of the landscape. And I think a successful field guide out here in Amakhala will do just that. We'll get the guests involved in both. Just beautiful. And you can see the ridge wall right straight ahead, almost like a tsunami in a way. So sort of in the direction where you're looking is one of the highest points on Amakhala. I'm not sure what the elevation is there, but it's not the highest point. The highest point is going to be more towards the southern section of the reserve. And it's so high on one of the roads that if you look very carefully, there is a spot where you can actually see just a little bit of the coastline, the ocean. It's always quite nice. Oh, Madwalo. I'll show it to you sometime. Just a small piece that you can actually see a bit of the ocean. Yeah, there's the Bushman's River. Look at that, eh? It's quite a wide river. It is dry at the moment. I have seen it in full flow before. Now this river does, how do I say, it hugs the base of this hill that you're seeing, the Ridge Hill. And it sort of horseshoes and goes all the way down to the west. Now, we used to offer boat safaris out here in Amakhala, but right now we can't offer that because there's just no water there. But in the future, when it does start to flow, we can look at doing that. And exactly where you're looking now, that section of the river, just try and imagine quite a big boat that can hold around about 10 people. We'll be chugging along there, looking for some birds and Cape clawless otters, elephants drinking and swimming. It was quite something. But each day that passes brings us closer to the day when it will flow again. I'm just trying to think when it went dry. So I was here in 2015 with the Vets Go Wild group, and it was fully flowing then. But roughly at about 2017, this is where the river went very, very low. And by the year 2020, the river was, I would say, 80% dry. And where we are now, year 2023 at the beginning, it's, 95% dry. Now, for some of the safari trucks to get down into this, sorry about that, to get down into this basin section, which is this low-lying area, they're going to need to access a few of the crossings, depending on which angle they come from, and just drive through the dry crossing and get into the basin here. But now in the wet season, when this river does flow, the water gets so high that some of the vehicles need to take real caution when crossing the crossings. And when the boat was active on the reserve, you could actually get a boat over one of the crossings, which is not too far from that area where you're looking at now. Yeah, sadly, I never did a boat safari. I would have loved to have tried it, but I was a little bit too late, unfortunately. Hello Tracy, most indeed, it will fill up again. Yeah, no, we need to practice just a bit of patience out here. We are still in a drought. I know the reserve and all the people that have been here for a number of years is really, really looking forward to that river flowing again. But it will flow again, I can promise you that. It doesn't necessarily need to rain here to fill up the river. There can be flash floods, and just a little bit of information about that is the Eastern Cape, this area, as well as areas further west and east, so towards Port Alfred and then west towards Port Elizabeth, is a flood zone. And you know, I'm not sure how many years exactly, they call it the 100-year floods, but every so many years you find that there's an incredible amount of rain, the rivers flash flood, some of the roads become totally waterlogged. I think it would be quite nice to do a few fishing experiences with people out here. I know they did it in the past. And there is a chap that does manage one of the lodges out here who's a very avid fisherman. And he's gone down there and fished quite a bit and caught quite a few species of fish. Mainly tilapia and catfish. I believe there's the odd yellow fish. Yeah, fortunately, no tiger fish or anything like that out here. Okay, we're just going to move up to the viewpoint over here. The beautiful tree that you can see up there, that's the white milkwood. Brandy, when the river is flowing and you know all the fish make a comeback, I would say probably the biggest fish you're going to get down there is a catfish. It's also known as a barbel, and they can get quite big. I think the biggest one I've caught in my life was a good few years ago. It was about 12 kilograms and that's a reasonably small one. They can get well into the 20s and 30 kilograms depending on how big the river is and their water supply. But yeah, I would say catfish, also known as a barbel. And they are the bottom feeders. So they don't have very big eyes, but they've got these well-formed whiskers on their mouths, and they use this to sense any sort of food that they can get. So quite a peculiar looking fish. What's interesting about the barbel is when there is a drought and times become tough for the barbel or for the catfish, they have been known to migrate. So yeah, they've been known to jump out the water and wriggle or roll, I don't know how they would do it, but get to another source of water. Most of them are going to get eaten along the route. But it has been recorded where barbel have been seen on land and they can hold their breath for a very, very long time. And they can also survive in mud puddles as long as their skin is moist. So yeah, that's the biggest fish, I would say. So one of the viewpoints that you're looking at is what we call Aloe Lookout. And you can identify this immediately by that tree that's on the hill there. That is called a white milkwood tree. Very protected species of tree. They're growing in the gardens and perhaps in your house if they're causing problems with your buildings. Maybe a tree is pushing the gutters or whatever the case may be. You can't just go and cut the tree. They are so protected. You need to call someone and they come out and they will trim the tree. But I believe there's some serious fines if you get caught cutting those trees down. I'm not sure what the prices would be, but quite severe. A few £1,000. It gets the nickname the post office tree as well. Out in Mossel Bay, which is along the coastline, there's a very old white milkwood there. That is apparently around about 600 or 700 years old. And some of you might be familiar with the garden route. So if you ever come to South Africa and you travel from Cape Town down towards sort of the mainland, you're going to go through the garden route, and eventually you'll come across an area called Mossel Bay. And if you ever get a chance to get out there, please do ask the locals where the post office tree is, and they'll point you in the direction. Very friendly bunch of people there, nice community. And back in the days of the Portuguese sailors, when they used to sail through, they would have left letters to their loved ones in the post office tree, which is that big white milkwood along the coastline by Mossel Bay. They used to tie their shoes in the branches and leave letters in there. And their loved ones who were more localized, they would go there and grab those letters and also leave letters for them when they sailed past again. They used to also make golf balls from the white milkwood tree. So it actually contains quite a bit of milk, and if that milk can be extracted, they can actually make golf balls out of that. Now the tree contains quite a bit of milk, and latex, as I've mentioned now, can also be used to tan leather. So what that means is, imagine the times of the Bushmen, you know, they used to wear the skins from the animals. It's all very well getting a skin, but if you wrap that around your body, it's going to start to rot, it's going to smell terrible, and it's not going to be very nice to wear. So what they would have to do is try and cure it, the skin. And the way they would do it is to remove as much of the material as they can, the meat, and then wash it with the milk. I have noticed that giraffes really enjoy the white milkwoods, and if you get a chance to have a look at some of them, you'll find that they've got quite unique looking canopies. This one is, you know, it's pretty average, but I haven't seen giraffe eating on this milkwood. But as you go further into the reserve, you can actually see a browse line, so the maximum point in which giraffes have been able to reach those leaves, and leaving quite a thick canopy on top, but then it's totally bare underneath. That's what we call a browse line. Oh, thanks, Millie. That's a nice comment. You're welcome. Thanks for joining us. All together, we are one big team. And it's just a beautiful game reserve to go through all the information and all the history. I mean, there's so much to talk about here in Amakhala. So much history that's happened over the last, you know, just the last 200 years. Because this is old settlers' land. In the 1820s, the English settlers would have come out here and sort of made base out here in the Eastern Cape. They made farmlands out here, so they used to farm things like chicory and then cattle. And there are still some farming communities beyond Amakhala. But around about 23 years ago, Amakhala decided to stop farming altogether, which means that they needed to rehabilitate the land, get rid of all that infrastructure, all the homesteads, all the troughs, everything that was for the cattle needed to be removed, let the land rehabilitate, and then slowly but surely introduce some of those keystone species of animals. And they couldn't all be introduced all at the same time. That's impossible. So you do it in sections. So elephants, they were introduced first. The elephants were allowed to settle down, establish their game paths and routes, get used to the reserve. And then later on, lions were introduced to the reserve. And then buffalo. Cape leopard is roaming around throughout the Eastern Cape. Just to spot them is just another thing altogether. Not impossible, but difficult. I've only ever seen one Cape leopard in the Eastern Cape, and that was in a different game reserve. I was close to seeing a leopard out here in Amakhala, but I missed it, unfortunately. And they're just so elusive because, sadly, they were persecuted in prior times. And because of that, they have become very nervous and skittish, and it does take quite a few generations for them to calm down. We've got trail cameras that are on the reserve, and every now and then they do capture Cape leopard. They are most definitely out here.
are Cape leopards are different to those in the Sabi Sands?
Justin, very, very good question. Thank you for that. I was actually wanting to mention that earlier on. So, habitat is going to be your first thing, or distribution rather. There's a big size difference between the two. So Cape leopard, a very heavy, a northern leopard, a very heavy northern leopard, you can get up to about, anywhere between 80 and 90 kilograms, whereas a Cape leopard heavy male is going to be probably around 60 kilograms, at most 65 kilograms. So there's a massive size difference. Just their temperament, very nervous, whereas a northern leopard that you might see in the Sabi Sands, a lot of them have, Sabi Sands and the Kruger National Park it's been a nature zone for a very, very long time, and so animals like leopard were not shot, and because of that the generations have really become accustomed to being viewed by vehicles, and the sightings are just amazing up there. I'm not sure how long Kruger National Park has been going for. It's well over 100 years. I think it was somewhere in the 1900s, 1903, somewhere around there. So you can imagine how many generations of leopard must that be up until now. All these. Hi, Susie. We don't see the Cape leopard frequently enough to be able to name them. Generally leopards are named after areas where they're born, or maybe the way they behave, or whatever the case may be, mainly the areas that they're born. But out here, we don't really see them that frequently enough to be able to say, right, this is this individual, that is that individual, it was born in this section, or this area, its mother was so-and-so, its father was so-and-so. Unfortunately, we don't have that luxury. But in the future, you never know, hey? You never know. With conservation efforts as there are now, there's a lot of awareness that is being created. A lot of the farming communities are becoming a lot more conservation minded than what they were before. This is the truth. And every now and then we do get phone calls from neighboring farmers, and they say, hey, I've seen a leopard on my property, or there's some footprints, or I've just seen a kill in the tree. Can you come along and maybe help me remove this animal? Amakala will go there without any questions. No, the cattle farmer is not going to need to pay the reserve. The reserve will go out there with all the medicine, and the vet dart the animal, put it in a box, transport it, put it into the boma out here in Amakala, let it settle, let the drugs get out the system, let it settle and catch the smells, climatize that we call, and then will be introduced onto the game reserve. There used to be a leopard that we used to see up by Bukela, one of the lodges. That leopard was actually seen on the pathway at Bukela, and just on the side of the pathway by people. Sadly, I never got a chance to see that. It's just amazing how fast these clouds are moving, because now the basin that you're looking at is full of sunlight at the moment. But earlier on it was full of shadows. These clouds are moving with a lot of speed. Okay, I'm just gonna scan with binoculars here, just see if I can't see anything.
Wild Earth is looking for unique wildlife sightings filmed by you. They can be old or new, from anywhere in the world, and filmed on a camera or on your phone. In return, we will give you cash, an opportunity to win a prize, and a chance to see your clip on TV with your name in the credits. It's easy. Head over to wildearth.tv/content to find out more.
The normal sort of way through the vegetation, feeding some sticks and branches would have slowed it, but there's this wonderful game path that it must have been on, and it was moving unbeknown to itself in a safe direction. That is how it happens. We suddenly saw her start stalking, and the rest of our lions are going to catch up now. Our big male lion, all he's got in his mind is that lioness, and they will regroup soon. Well, that warthog was being very silly because the wind was actually blowing from the lions towards it, so maybe towards the end it picked up on the scent of the lions, and that caused it to move a bit quicker. We didn't see it towards the end. It's not very cool here today. It's not hot, but still, that effort of moving is taxing. I'm going to go find another shady spot somewhere there. I don't think it's over though. This kind of behavior can play out all day long. Lions sleeping and animals moving past. That's why sometimes they aren't where we leave them in the morning. They sometimes move, not always very far. Sometimes you come back and they've made a kill nearby. Those two have found the game path I was talking about. Olivia can be very unpredictable, and that warthog could have seen its final moment. Always got to hold space for both, the lion and the prey. Both of them are just trying to survive. One gets by feeding on roots and vegetables, the other one gets by on eating animals that feed on roots and vegetables. And like that, they are hiding in the shade. Let's go move up, see if we can get you a better view. That was nearly exciting. We called you away from Nick there. Sorry about that, but the anticipated potential hunt happened. See this game path in front of me here. This is what the warthog would have been on. And when it got an inkling that a lion was on its tail, it would have just motored along this trail and probably left pretty large divots. Yeah, pretty large divots of hoof on the floor. Sorry, on the ground. I know there's some of you out there that detest my use of the word floor. Floor is in a house and ground is the earth. We all know where it is. It's on the bottom. It's on the bottom. Okay, so now they've found their way onto the road. Maybe they'll pick up a bit of speed. Maybe they'll start walking towards somewhere. Maybe hunger is now in the nose. Oh, no, they're going to go and lie down in the thickets right over here. That's a nice spot. That's a really nice spot if you're going to lie there. Campsite, don't you think, Rian? Looks like a wonderful little campsite. Yeah, I would hide here as well in this. It's rather splendid, rather shady. Can I bring you ladies and gentlemen a cup of coffee, perhaps a pillow, maybe a blanket?
What you framed up on? So we're still up here, halfway up Dairy Road, and we're still here by this viewpoint. We've been scanning a little bit with binoculars, and we thought we would just show it to you one more time. And I think what would be a good idea is just to give you a moment of silence and just let you enjoy the nature. just absolutely spectacular up here. I mean, you could really stay here all day. But if you are planning a trip out here, I'm going to give you a few hinters what you should bring. First and foremost, you must bring binoculars. Get yourself a good pair of binoculars, bring them along. Sunblock is definitely needed, a nice big water bottle. Bring your warm clothes because it does get very cold very quickly out here. And I've noticed a lot of the tourists and guests that come out here and other game reserves, they like to bring a notepad and a pen with them. And some of them, they actually document what they've seen. Detail by detail, from the date to what animal, where, etc. Bring a camera, most definitely if you do have one. Bring your camera along, make sure it's got a nice strong battery and a empty memory card. And something else that you must bring along, very important, is your patience. Sometimes it does take a bit of time to find some of the animals, and definitely does teach us to be a little bit patient out here. I know it's taught me a lot about patience. I used to be a very impatient young man when I was growing up. You can ask my dad, I was very, very impatient. But nature has calmed me down a lot, made me a lot more patient. Jessica, you love this view as well. Thanks. Yeah, we share something in common. We love the view. So where Morgan is pointing at there, that's an area called God's Window. And I do remember a few months ago, I think it was around July or something like that, if I'm not mistaken, August, I was on the dam cameras and Morgan was out here with Ralph. And there is a cave just beneath the God's Window over there, and they did a lovely segment inside there. They had to climb down on the hill, make sure that that they were sure-footed and that the camera was nice and safe. And you're on the cave there. Oh, nice one, you found it. There's the cave, look at that. Now I've only been in there once, but that cave, Amakhala as a reserve does offer overnight trails, which means that you'll do a bushwalk. I'm not sure when exactly they start, but they'll walk for quite a few hours and then walk eventually down to where that cave is, and the people will sleep in the cave. A very nice experience, and all the people that have done it have told me it is unforgettable. I would love to spend a night in there. I think it's a great, great idea. So it's something always to bear in mind, that if you do come out here, that you can actually do an overnight trail, but you don't only have to do that. You can also do just a normal bushwalk. But there's quite a few activities that you can do out here. The main focus for the activities out here is going to be the game drives. I mean, it's a big game reserve. Only way you're going to explore this game reserve is to get into a vehicle with a guide that knows where he's going, which they all do, and is going to take you exploring through the reserve. But then for those that enjoy the bushwalk side of things, you can do a nice bushwalk or nature walk. And then you can also do the overnight trail. Some of the lodges do offer archery, and this is not only for young children but also for adults. There's also horse rides or horseback safaris rather, that do take place in Amakhala. And then of course when the river does fill up again, you can do boat rides and canoe safaris. What are you looking at there, Morgan?
The landscape.
Okay. So Morgan is on the landscape again. Good idea.
Trying to finish a story about the tree.
Oh yes, yeah, good idea. Back to the guarri bush. A common guarri. So I mentioned it was used as a fire beater, very efficient fire beater, but also make a toothbrush. Something to bear in mind if you do come out here and you forget your toothbrush at home, not a problem. We have got a solution, and it's going to be this tree over here.
Would you? Why don't you?
Go make one.
Oh.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's go do it. Yeah.
Are you actually going to?
Yeah, definitely. So I'm just going to put the microphone in a better place so I don't pull on the wire here. Just give me 1 second though. What happened, Morgan? Okay, mustn't put it there. Let me rather put it here. Let me hold it. Okay, now I did forget the Leatherman in the car, which is no good, but we'll make a plan. Got to keep remembering that the microphone is a very sensitive thing. You mustn't break it. Okay, so I forgot the Leatherman in the car, but we'll make a plan. So you must choose a nice branch, something that is quite green. Okay, so before I make a toothbrush, Morgan on video, yeah? Let me just go for the... Okay, let me keep the branch nice and still. So take a look at the leaves. First thing I'm going to do is I'm going to show you the fire beater, then I'm going to make a toothbrush for you. Okay, now I'm going to try and pull this leaf for you. Why are you smiling, Morgan?
Your tongue sticking out.
My tongue is sticking out. Thanks for pointing that to the whole world.
Sure. It was a close-up on the leaves. When you pulled away, that's all you could see.
Is it? Okay, so here we go. That's the canopy. Look at the leaves. They don't want to break off. See that? They will eventually, of course. But now, imagine there's a fire and I've got a branch like this, but much bigger. If I hit this on my hand quite hard, you'll notice that the leaves don't fall off very easily. So here we go. See? Leaves are still very much there. And it's actually hurting my hand. That's how hard I'm beating it right now. See? Still got a canopy. So a very good fire beater. The next thing is if you want to make a toothbrush. Am I doing the tongue thing again? Okay. tongue stay in your mouth. Okay, so you can see what I've done there. So I've removed the outer bark. What you do is you just bite on it. Okay, what does that look like? It looks like a very well used toothbrush. This looks like Morgan's toothbrush. I'm going to put it on the dashboard so you can take a look. Okay, so yeah, if you remove the outer bark and you squash the leaves with your teeth, the stem with your teeth, it does make bristles. And if you use that to scratch your teeth, you can get in between your teeth and sort of just remove some of the plaque or some of the matter that you want to remove. But the first thing you need to do is actually make toothpaste. How on earth, where's a toothpaste out here? And it's actually quite simple. So toothpaste is actually a compound. It's an abrasive compound, very, very light abrasive compound. And you find that same sort of similar compound in ash, fire, or ash from a fire. So you burn a tree, the ash is produced, you take that ash and you scratch your teeth, you put it in your mouth, take that ash and scratch your teeth with your finger as much as you can. You take in some water, you spit that out, and you come to this tree and then you use the toothbrush and you get in between all those places where your finger couldn't necessarily get. And that will make a nice toothbrush. See that? There's always a solution. In nature, you just got to look around and you can always find the things that you want, whether it be medicinal or a toothbrush or a piece of toilet paper. There's toilet paper out here. Okay, and you'll also notice that the plant is, the canopy is very springy. See that? Thanks, Morgan. So you'll notice that the plant is very springy. Can you see that? So with the Khoisan Bushmen and other Bushmen, when they used to go off hunting, they used to catch an animal and slaughter it. They would cut the meat into pieces, and then to keep it off the ground, they would make a mattress from this tree over here and putting the meat on top of the canopy so that it's off the ground. Very interesting. But I want to take up all your time. I'm going to send you over back to Nick out in Kariega.
Alrighty, so we have followed these males for a little distance. They got up and I thought that it looked like they were really going to head off on a proper territorial patrol. They've probably taken us a few hundred meters slightly further to the south. You know, earlier on we were talking about how the dominant male would be the one who would determine where they go, when they go, make the sort of the major life decisions. And that is exactly what happened. Remember, the dominant male, he is slightly darker than the other one. You can identify him by that feature. And yeah, he definitely led the way. And it was very interesting how every time he stopped, his brother would stop behind him, kind of look around, sniff. They did a little bit of urinating as they went. A few little tricky areas that they headed through. And we look at where they're lying now on the road. This is the road that they've been following all the way along. Obviously moving along the road is the path of least resistance. And you can see the surrounding area here is very thick, it's very dense. So a road is the easy way to get from A to B. They also won't get any thorns in their paws or anything like that. But bear in mind, if they do want to get to a place where maybe the road isn't going in that direction, there's plenty of different game trails that will head through the area as well. You know, you walk on the road and there's maybe like a little middle manaki. You know, they can walk side by side on each side of the road, whereas on a game trail they'd walk in single file. Yeah, and if you look carefully, you can actually see underneath the paws how a little bit of the soil that they've been walking on is kind of rubbed off on their paws, and you can see it's exactly the same color. And very camouflaged, just on the right hand side, is the second male. You can kind of just see the top of his mane sticking out there. William, I mean, if they want to do a little bit of bonding in terms of sort of head nuzzling and things as they kind of walk, they will do that. But otherwise, I mean, they're not just going to bump into each other because they're from a lack of coordination. So mostly when they are walking, remember prior to that there would have been a little bit of bonding usually that's taken place. So because of that, when they do walk, we largely don't see a lot of sort of physical interaction. Maybe if, let's say, they had to go off and chase after something and it was unsuccessful and they kind of parted ways, you know, they ended up on different sides. You can see that other male stretching at the back there. Maybe when they would rejoin, there would be a little bit of that head nuzzling, that bonding to take place. But if they're walking side by side on the road like we can see here, no, you know, they've more got a plan in mind of where they're going to. And it was very interesting. I mean, I followed them and they got to a junction in the road. They could either go straight, so further sort of southeast if you want to call it that, or they could turn off south, and they definitely turned further to the south. Walked along this road, and then they've decided enough is enough. Got themselves a little shady spot here. In terms of this positioning of where they are, it's a lot denser, it's a lot thicker here compared to where they were earlier. And there definitely is a breeze still moving around and about, but I feel like they're a lot more protected where they are here from the wind. Not that it was concerning them a whole lot earlier. Remember, lions are the apex predator, so they're not too worried with anything else coming around and about, so that affords them the chance to be able to really have a good sleep if they want. But even while their eyes are closed and they've got their paws up in the air, they'll still be listening quite carefully. Remember, for something like elephants, you know, we had that brief sort of interaction yesterday during Escape to Nature of the elephants and the lions, that because elephants are physically bigger than that of lions, if the lions come across them, they'll just have to make way. Yes, the lion is the apex predator, he's the top dog in terms of all of the cats, but you can't compare sizes of lions to elephants. And even in a thicket like this, you know, you'd see those lions would move off pretty quickly. And because it is windy, for them they can't hear as well as if it was still. So you can imagine if something like an elephant did have to snap a branch or trumpet or something like that, they would sit up, bolt upright very, very quickly, assess what the situation is. And you know, instinctively there would be that fight or flight reflex, fight or flight instinct. I feel like in a thicket like this, if there's any chance to get away, they definitely would. They'd run away. They don't need any conflict, you know. Even if people are walking on foot, lions don't want to come and have
Okay, so of course we are still here. We've been scanning around with no luck just yet, but we will move off from here. And that's the lovely thing about Escape to Nature, is we've got so much time to play with out here, and we can really go through things quite nicely there.
Thank you for joining us and have a fantastic.
You miss all. Never fear, you won't have to miss another beat on Wild Earth again with our Catch-Ups channel, where you can rewatch missed safaris and shows whenever you please. Only available on the Wild Earth app.
Thank you for joining us and have a fantastic morning.
It's been such a long time since I've seen and heard African fish eagle out here. I do remember a few years ago they were quite common to be heard out here. There was actually a nesting site not far from here. And African fish eagle. Really down the basin? Wow, that's very, very good. So Morgan and Ralph managed to see African fish eagle. That's brilliant. Now they're still around, but not as nearly as abundant as what they used to be. But what is abundant in the form of the raptors out here is definitely jackal buzzard. Very impressive raptor. Crowned eagle is one of the powerful raptors out of all of them. They have been seen out not far from here either. And I would love to find a nesting site. I've only ever seen one, but I was on my guide training in 2006. That's many, many years ago. But if you ever get a chance to ever see a crowned eagle nest, if you go to the base of the nest, you find all sorts of bones. It's incredible to see how many bones are on the base of the nesting site, because they get thrown out the nest. And a lot of them are the primates, so young baboons and fully grown vervet monkey skulls and skeletons. Full grown bushbuck, a lot of impala lambs. And in some cases other raptors. Now, I know there's studies being done now. I'm not quite sure how it works, but there are studies being done in, it's not South Africa, somewhere else. I'm not sure where though, where they are studying the marks left on the carcasses made by crowned eagles, and they are trying to somehow link it to human evolution. And I'm not quite sure how that works, but there are studies being done with regards to that right now as we speak. Oh, thanks, Lenny. That's kind of you. Yeah, I've learned quite a bit, but let me tell you now, I've only scratched the surface of what can be learnt out here. This is an environment where you are going to learn until the day you stop being out here. It's a full career of learning. And there is nobody who is a guide or who has spent time in the bush who can say, I know absolutely everything there is to know. It is impossible. There is more that we don't know than what we do know. And we are still discovering new things every single day. And I think that's the main reason why I chose this industry, is because learning is growing. If you are learning and you are growing, you're never too old to learn. You're never too old to grow. But it's good to hear from you again, Lenny. I hope you're doing well. Alright, so in case you have joined us, my name is Andrew and I have Morgan behind the camera. Out in Kariga Game Reserve we have Nick, and then out at Madikwe we have Steve. We've all been seeing some quite nice things. Ourselves, we've been seeing different landscapes. We've spoken about the tall white squall and we've seen waterbuck quite nicely. Steve has had an interesting lion sighting, and I believe Nick out in Kariga has also had a nice lion sighting. Please don't forget that at any point, if you feel like you need to express some questions or comments to us, you're always welcome. You can send them along, and as you can see that we are getting those questions and we're definitely answering them. So yeah, lovely thing, eh? Lovely experience where we can interact with you no matter where you come from. We've been passing a few of the safari truck vehicles over the past few days, and we've come across a few explorers, Wild Earth explorers coming from Kenton-on-Sea. Amakala appreciates your support. Bex, it's called God's Window. Yeah, because of the beautiful view. So the idea is that's God's window. So a portal to the beautiful environment, absolutely. So that's why it's called God's Window. There's another area called Buzzard's View, which is just left of God's Window, which is also quite beautiful. But I think God's Window is probably one of the more, I would say, popular places because of the drink stops. A lot of the rangers will do game drives, or guides will do game drives out here, and part of the experience is they will stop for a morning coffee or an evening sundowner, gin and tonic or some wine, and they usually go on those viewpoints. God's Window is one of them. And then once a year there is some awareness efforts that take place out here, and a whole lot of the guides with the guests will be invited to go there at a certain time of the day in September. They park their vehicles in a place, and then they get out the vehicle and all socialize with one another. They do a few demonstrations out there, and then also they are talking about conservation and all the anti-poaching efforts that's happening throughout Africa, not just on Amakala. Awareness is key, so we really have to try to educate people and help them to be aware on a much greater scale. And this is why I love Wild Earth so much, is because we can be in contact with all of you, and we can teach everybody on a much bigger scale, which is great. Now, something that's probably a little bit off topic, but I want to share with you is roughly, I'm just trying to think of the year now. It was probably around about 2008, around about there. I was watching Wild Earth, and I'd already been familiar with Wild Earth, and I was watching what the people were doing and what the naturalists were doing, and I just really wanted to work for Wild Earth. And so I never applied until about the year 2015. I applied, and part of the application is to obviously send your resume, and then to send a video of you talking, you know, guiding, doing what you're going to do. And I was so nervous about doing that. I said, no, I can't do that because, you know, big guys are going to be seeing this video, and I was just too shy. So I left it, and I left it, and I left it. But yet still thinking to myself, I want to work for Wild Earth. About a year ago, good friend Tess, you all know Tessa, out in Juma, we were having coffee one day, and I said, you know, I really want to work for Wild Earth. And she said to me, well, you have to do a video. And I said, I can't do that. I'm too shy. I'm too nervous. And that was at the beginning of the coffee. And then Tessa motivated me so much that by the time we finished that coffee, and I left Tess and she went home, I went straight to the beach, and I did my video. And it was about 45 videos that I did before I got the right one. And the funny thing is, I was almost getting it right. I was on like my 30th video, and I was almost getting it right. And I thought, this is it. And then a whole bunch of people walked past me, and then I got all shy again, and I had to scrap that one and then try another video. So it was about 45, 50 videos. And I sent that in to Mr. Byron, and he invited me for an interview, which some of you might even remember, out in Juma. What an experience that was. It was me driving around in Juma. It was an incredible experience. I don't know why, my throat is getting groggy now. And look at the hairs on my arm now. They're all starting to stand up. And I had that interview, and then I was invited to do the dam cameras, and then since then I've been invited to come to Amakhala and so on, and that's my story, and I'm just so proud of myself, and I'm just so happy to be in front of you all. So yeah, it's just something I wanted to share with you. Yeah. Nice one. And the point I think I want to get to is, you've got to constantly challenge yourselves. You've got to constantly challenge yourself in life, and I'm going to encourage you all to do that. And Vincent, my favorite thing about being a naturalist is, wow, there's quite a few. It's great to be on this vehicle with just myself and the cam op. Morgan is the cam op with me now. I've been previously with BK. What an experience that is. Can you imagine driving through this entire game reserve, and there's only 2 of you on the vehicle, and you have a great time together, and you really get to know each other well because we live together for a long period of time. That is very fun. Another thing that I really enjoy is being able to educate people about nature, something I love so much, on such a grand scale. And I must say, a lot of the viewers have taken on to me very nicely, and I really appreciate you all. I think you're all great, and support goes a long way. And if I can encourage anybody to do anything in their life, is if you ever feel like you want to change, or you want to do something different, or you want to do something bigger in what you're already doing, go for it. Don't hesitate. Challenge yourself. It's very important. Just listening to some birds at the moment. They're so far away. Sounds like a Nediki and a Bok Mikiri. Okay, I believe Steve has found something in a mud wallow, so let's head off to Madikwe.
Yes, everybody. Well, unfortunately, our lines moved into the thickets, and a little bit of a depression made it difficult for us to stay there and continue broadcasting. So we've moved on to some well-known terrain. And well, this is not the pig that was being hunted by the lions before, although it could have been the speed it was running. It is another pig entirely, and we are indeed, everybody, back at Skokopane. Because, well, why not? One last day. But what's very interesting, that pig is going to go down. But if it wallows a bit, we'll see. But I will point out a bird in a little while. It's a bird that I've never put on camera before. We'll see if it lands one more time. Last night's 1 or 2 mils of rain really haven't done much to sustain the water levels of Skokopane. The warthog was scared by the warthog. You saw that little baby just bolted. He's coming back now. Definitely warm enough for a mud wallow. Highlight of somebody's day. Warthog going to come around the corner again and give everybody a fright. Here comes the third. adult with the youngster. Going to come down in a moment. They bolted in the opposite direction a moment ago. Just checking that everything's safe. Tina, it's possible. I mean, they do have the dew claw that's up on the wrist, what we would perceive to be the wrist, which helps to spread the load with regards to their weight, so they don't dig too deeply in. But they're also quite strong animals, warthogs. They're quite low to the ground, so I think they've got enough strength to get out. But I was thinking that just before, when these little youngsters were getting in, it's very possible that one could get stuck once the mud gets too sludgy. It really does look delicious. This one definitely wins the prize for the coolest hairstyle. These warthogs keep scaring each other. Okay, here comes another adult finally. He's managed to round up all the piglets. And in they come. Only 2 of the 3 have been into the mud. 1 has not yet. Russell, well, where they're wallowing, it is pretty sludgy still, but on the edges it's getting very hard and very caked, and there won't be much wallowing in the hard stuff. But there's always the risk of getting stuck. I think warthogs have evolved with this strategy of cooling themselves off. Elephants shouldn't have a problem. With the warthogs, their biggest risk really is being so low down. Predators sneaking up on them. Yes, and nothing like family bonding time indeed. Well, this is a regular occurrence at these mud wallows. And as we've been talking about, there is rain predicted. Quite a bit of it, which I think will turn this back into a very decent place for the animals to come and hang out. But for now, it's a bit more of a warthog and elephant affair. Those are some little piglets. It's a young boar, that one. Is he going to use our favorite rubbing post? Nope. Better things to do. Heather, I'm not really sure on how much those little piglets weigh at birth. They're very small. Very, very little. Obviously born in a burrow. Birth weight anywhere from 480 to 850 grams. It's just 1 to 2 pounds at birth. And just like that, our pan is once again quiet. So we've been at this pan for quite a few segments over the last 4 weeks. We've seen it go from a hive of activity with lots of water to this very low, muddy patch. Yesterday was probably one of the best days we've had here, with the amount of elephant activity we had coming in to soak up the mud. Other animals seem to come by and they want to think about drinking, but, well, that slurry of chocolate mud there really isn't going to suit anyone. But our warthog seemed to drink it just now. We are still here at this very, you could say, desolate pan. It's not the hottest of days, so we came here as we were struggling to broadcast, so we thought, let's just come over here, see if it will work. And it has worked as always. Skorkel pan for the win. But right now I'm going to encourage you to all just take a deep breath and let's just listen to the sounds of the wilderness. That's a good question, JD. What abiding memory will I take away from Madikwe? Well, there's been quite a few, but it would have to be elephants. Elephants, elephants. We have had the most magical time with elephants here. We've obviously spent a lot of time with lions, and we had a really interesting interaction at this exact pan I think this pan itself will just be the highlight. The stuff we've seen here, from a lanner falcon trying to attack a warthog, to elephant bulls in must coming right up to the car and saying hello. Number of that. Hundreds of elephants at this pan. Skoko pan for the win. Now I just hope it does rain a bit so that Ben gets to enjoy, Ben and Igor gets to enjoy what we've been enjoying. The rain is imminent, so I'm sure it will arrive and will turn this pan back into a luscious oasis out in the middle of nowhere. What about you, Rian? You got a memory? The brown hyenas on the giraffe was also very special. Very, very special. The lion kill of the warthog was memorable. Sad, but the build up to it and the lioness on that tree in picture, the way she played with it and then the male took it over was sad, but part and parcel of life. And then, of course, well, the zebra birth is also right up there, of something very unique to see and very special. These wild animals allowing us a moment into their lives. Sunset swimming elephants at Kolobeng Dam, that was also quite special. But the elephant energy, Amadikwe, everybody, is just unreal. Unreal. And for the most part, the elephants have been very relaxed here. Very, very cool-headed, chilled animals. Breeding herds alike. We've had some fun interaction with some young elephants. At one moment with a cow, I mean, other than that, it's all been very relaxed. Oh yeah, the male lion jumping over the water that morning. That was it a morning? Yeah. It was a morning. That was quite something to witness. Acrobatic lion. And how vocal the cats have been. They've been very vocal. Okay, well, I'm not quite sure what I'm doing and sending you to, but I think I'm sending you to Andrew. Let's go see what he's got.
Thanks, Steve. Much appreciated. We're back at Levenbosch Flats area, hoping that some of the animals would have come out by now. I'm not quite sure what is going on this morning / afternoon. A lot of the animals are scarce, but that does happen from time to time. After all, the animals are free to do what they want here, and if they want to hide, they are welcome to. Usually there's quite a variety of different species of animals out here. We're hoping to at least catch some of them. So zebras, ostriches are often out here. Some of the best eland sightings I've seen on the reserve are actually out here, and there's a few bulls that do like to hang around this area. That must be easily 800 kilograms. Okay, I do apologize for the winds there. We are quite exposed here in the flats area, so I do apologize for that. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to put my head down in the vehicle, and hopefully that is a bit better for you all. I was just mentioning eland. I've seen a couple of very nice specimen eland out here in the flats. One of the bulls I used to see out here quite frequently must have been easily about 800 kilograms. Try and fathom that. An antelope that weighs close to a ton. And that's the eland antelope. Out here also the yellow mongoose we see quite nice. Remember Ralph and Morgan did a segment a few months ago with the yellow mongoose, which was just a little bit to our west. They are so difficult to actually get on camera because they get the nickname the 2-second animal. Or once they're running, you got about 2 seconds to take a photograph and they're gone into a hole. And driving out here at night, you can also see some really cool animals. So bush pig I've seen out here. And in case you are not aware, but there is a different species. I know some people might think that a warthog and a bush pig is the same animal. Actually, they're two separate species altogether. A bush pig is quite a big, much bigger than a warthog, and they come out here in the night time. And they're almost black in color. It's more dark mud brown with this beautiful white ridge on their back. Very nice to look at. Quite scary, actually. JP, thank you. Thank you very much for that encouragement there. I think I'm doing well as well. Of course, there's always or space for improvement. And each day I'm working on that. Can't be perfect yet because I'm still new with this experience with Wild Earth. But thank you. Thank you very much, JP. I really appreciate that. Yeah, it's a dream come true, actually, being out here. So, and thank you for all your support out there. It's much, much appreciated. Thank you. Okay, I was mentioning sort of like the night safaris and what sort of animals you can sort of see around this specific open plains area. Porcupine is another one that is quite an elusive animal. A lot of people, unfortunately, don't get to see porcupine that come out here. But if you're very lucky, porcupine, and make no mistake, there is an abundance of spring hare, which is actually not a hare, it's more a rodent, actually. It is actually a rodent. And then a scrub hare, which is a true hare, and they also can be seen out here. Aardvark, if you're lucky. If you're even more lucky, honey badger. They've been seen out here from time to time. I've seen a Cape eagle owl and a spotted eagle owl not far from here at night. And then something always special to spot out here is the Cape dwarf chameleon. You might have noticed out at Djuma how big those chameleons actually get out there. But out here, the Cape dwarf chameleon is very, very small, and you'll have to be very lucky to be able to spot them. They're so small. But I've seen 2 in my entire time out on Namakala. They are endangered species, and very highly protected as well. I just heard a Knysna woodpecker screaming in the distance. It's always nice to hear them. You don't often see them out here. You have to really look for them. A Knysna woodpecker, and I know Alex, who's usually on the dam cameras, one of the species of woodpecker he hasn't seen is the Knysna woodpecker. In case you don't know, but Alex is a very avid birder. Alex on the dam cameras, and we were having a chat. We've had quite a few chats about birds over the last few months, and he's very interested in seeing that Knysna, a woodpecker, and I keep saying to him, well, you got to come out to Makala. I know a few spots where I can show it to you. He hasn't had time to come out here just yet, but you never know, maybe in the future he will be able to get that bird on his list. Actually surprised how quiet it is here and down in this open area here. I'm very, very surprised. And also Morgan made the comment that, hey, usually there's so many animals out in this open area. Where on earth did they go? I'm trying to figure out that myself. And for any of you that are bird watchers out there, a Makala is actually quite nice because of the amount of habitats out here. There's just a little under, or is it just a little over actually, 300 species of birds that can be found out here. Now there's 9,000 hectares of land out here, so it's a fairly big reserve, but the abundance out here is very, very prolific, and because of the amount of habitats, the different biomes that we get out here. The most pronounced biome out here is the Albany thicket, and also the fynbos environment, which all attracts its own sort of species of birds and insects and so on. And one of the birds out here that has seemed to have eluded me quite a bit is an arena trogon. I have seen them elsewhere, but never out here. But they have been seen by other people before, which is always nice. Sam, thank you for your question. One of my most memorable stories out here. I've got to think about that. Let me just give it a couple of thinks here. Now, I know this is not for everybody, so I do apologize if I'm perhaps saying the wrong thing. But you know, sometimes with the amount of predators out here, there are prey and herbivores that are going to be caught by predators. But one of the most memorable kills I ever saw out here was a cheetah, 2 male cheetahs, a previous coalition that used to be on this game reserve. Beautiful, beautiful individuals. They were lovely. I really miss them. But I was about 5 kilometers away from here. I was driving along one of the main roads, and I noticed some zebra, and I didn't think too much of it. But then suddenly they started to run, and you should have seen these zebras run. There was definitely something that was wrong. And as I viewed with binoculars, a cheetah had caught a young zebra foal. Oh, some hardy-dar ibis that are curious by what we're doing here. What else? There's going to be quite a few. Another memorable experience for me out here, I would say. It's quite a tough question to answer just off the bat. You have to really think about these things. Oh yes, red hartebeest was giving birth right in front of our vehicle the one time. Seeing the blue cranes out here is always memorable. But I'll tell you what, one of my most memorable experiences in the bush has been overall in the entire time I've been in the bush, and it's easy for me to tell you what that is. It was an elephant giving birth. Now I think I was working in my 3rd year of guiding, so I wasn't a guide for very long. 3 years is not really that much time if you think about how much you're going to learn. So anyway, I was doing a game drive and we were watching some elephants, and actually one of the guests said, "What's wrong with that elephant over there?" Because she was beginning to lie on her side, which is very unusual for a big female elephant. And I had a look and I noticed that she's actually giving birth. So what made it possible for me to be there was we were watching these elephants before she actually started to give birth, and we were in a good position. So as she was starting to give birth, there was another vehicle nearby the area. So I called them on the radio and I said, "Hey, elephant is giving birth over here. Do you want to come along?" "Yes, we're coming now." And they tried to make an approach, but the breeding herd of elephants, the other individuals of the group, charged that vehicle away. And he drove off and tried a different angle, got charged again. Then he decided, no, he's going to leave the area. So he left, and another vehicle about 20 minutes later decided they're going to try their luck as well. So they tried to come into the area, and they got charged out the area as well. So in a sense, I was the only vehicle with my guests that were allowed to watch this elephant give birth. And we watched the whole process take place. The other guides were quite jealous of the fact that we were witnessing this, and they couldn't because they were just getting charged, but I wasn't. So it's like the elephants accepted us so well, and it was a show that was just for us and my guests. And that, for me, okay, so I might have misinterpreted that question. One of my most memorable camping experiences. Oh no, definitely the Woody Cape, which is not too far from here. In fact, it's more towards Kenton-on-Sea sort of side, or Bushmans and Bochnes side, and Alexandria, if you're familiar. It's actually, some of it is part of the Addo Elephant National Park, but it's got one of the highest sand, I think it is the highest sand dune in the whole of the southern hemisphere. And we climbed up the sand dune. And when I say it was a big sand dune, it was ginormous. It took us a long time to get to the top. When we got to the top, we were already tired. And we managed to get into the Woody Cape, which is all beach sand. It's all dunes. And once you climb over another dune, you can see the ocean and all the islands. And for me, that was amazing, knowing that I was so close to main towns, but yet I felt like I was in a desert. Absolutely breathtaking, really beautiful. That was memorable for me. Another camping story that I can think of was when I found a scorpion in my sleeping bag. And yeah, that's about it. Thank you for that. We're going to send you back to Nick in the meantime.
Alrighty, well, we've left our dominant coalition of male lions. They headed into a thicket, quite a dense area, very, very tricky to follow. And we're greeted by a plethora of different species. That's my big word for the day, a plethora. Yeah, we've got some eland, we've got some zebra, we've got some blesbok. Amazing stuff here. So we're back down closer to Scotia Dam. We're on the clearings of Scotia Dam, and the wind is definitely moving through here at a rapid rate of knots, and I think that's possibly one of the reasons why all of these different species have congregated together. The age-old tactic of safety in numbers. Scotia Dam itself is just on the right hand side of our frame where we're looking, maybe about 100 meters, 150 meters, so not too far. Nobody at the edge of the water for the moment, but I'm sure a lot of these animals have been down to drink at some point during the day. I mean, how's that for a scene? I mean, it's just animals everywhere. That is unreal. All of our eland off to the side there, and then there's just the one who is just doing his own thing, just standing on the road. Ah, there he goes. He's going to go and join his herd now. John D, I'm sure if they could have their grass served to them on a platter, it would be wet grass. Now, if you think about the seasons of summer versus winter, obviously summer's going to be bringing you rain, your grasses will be a lot wetter than during the dry season. Generally those wetter conditions are going to provide more nutrients for the grass themselves to grow. Obviously more nutrients in the grasses, then that means better nutrients for the animals, for the grazers. So I'm sure they're going to prefer wetter grasses if they can choose. But at the same time, when they do head into winter and the grasses start to wither and dry up, beggars can't be choosers. You got to take what you can get. Yeah, what a lovely spot here. So just in terms of where we are, if I go up here a little bit, that ridge line that we can see there, on the other side of that ridge line, that is where we left our male lions roughly. So we've descended from there down into the valley. It's a bit of a similar drop, like I don't know if anybody has been to the Ngorongoro crater, where you go from the top of the walls of the crater down into the bottom of the valley to a big sort of open area similar to this. But I mean, this is just abundance of animals here.
Full of upheaval, we all need a quiet and safe place. A place where anxiety and stress don't exist. A place where life carries on. Slip away into a brand new show exclusively on Wild Earth. Just Nature, coming to you from February 1st.
I'm just having a scan around to see if there's potentially any impala. Remember, closer to the start of Escape to Nature here at Kariega, we did have a big group of sort of 30-40 impala that were moving around close to Scotia Dam. I can't see them now. They might have headed down kind of into some of the drainage lines and gorges and things. Remember, they're mixed feeders, they can feed on a few of the leaves and things. It's definitely going to be more covered there from the wind as well. It's amazing coming from the area of where those lions were. They kind of had positioned them so well between they kind of had two bushes, almost being like a bit of a windbreaker where they were lying. And then here, further east on the open clearings, the wind is really moving across here. I did see, just feeling the wind moving here, and thinking of these types of conditions. I saw a beautiful picture. It was taken in Namibia of one of the lions in the area there, and this big wind had kicked up, and a lot of this fine sand was being kicked up with it, and it was the conditions you could see. It was really hard, and there's this beautiful picture of this male lion trying to make his way through this. It was almost like a sandstorm. It was incredible. The sand was being kicked up in his direction, and you could see his eyes were really slanted, trying to cut out as much of that dust and sand as possible. And he's kind of like on the top of this dune crest walking, and the photographer's taken the photo at the perfect moment with a bit of that the characteristic flick of that paw showing the movement, and you can see his mane is just all over the place. He's having a bad hair day. It's such an emotive picture. I'll try and remember the name of the photographer. Can't remember it for the moment, it's just slipped my mind, but if I do, I'll definitely let you know. There's some pictures that you envision, and you even look at it and you think, wow, I would love to take a picture like that. And when I saw that picture, I thought, this is definitely one of them. Yes, the picture maybe wasn't tack sharp, maybe the focus wasn't bang on, and you can see the technology in the camera that was used. It's not like one of these new spaceship camera bodies. But it's just the feelings and the emotion that gets conveyed in that picture. It's absolutely incredible. Olivia, I don't see any reason why they wouldn't be able to get an ear infection. I haven't seen an animal with an ear infection before, but I don't see any reason why they wouldn't be able to. Think of for some reason if there was some serious bacteria that got in there and it got infected, I don't see why not. But remember, a lot of these animals are quite hardy. A lot of them do have a lot of fine hairs almost meshing together at the entrance to that ear to prevent a lot of the dust and things like that from getting in there, and then bacteria and things like that as well. But animals are definitely prone to infection. I have seen an elephant bull who got into a fight with another male, and in the process during that fight, the sheer force of the impact of them fighting, and the tusks are meeting, and there's a bit of pushing and shoving, and the one tusk broke off. So remember, a tusk of an elephant is essentially an extension of its tooth, and it got inflamed. It broke all the way up by the mouth there, and it got inflamed, and it was obviously very uncomfortable. And every time this elephant over the upcoming weeks would go to any type of mud wallow, or any time it would sand bath and throw sand over itself, particularly with sand, which is obviously finer than what mud is, it would collect a whole lot of it, and with its trunk it would shoot that sand up the opening of where the tusk would normally come out, obviously in an attempt to try and soothe that irritation, that inflammation. And in that process of constantly, you know, shooting up sand and mud and things like that, it did get infected. So it's definitely very possible for animals to get infections. But at the same time, I mean, I've seen a zebra that was, there was an attempted hunt from lions upon the zebra. And I actually was lucky enough to see the hunt, or lucky/unlucky enough to see it. Remember, the tactic of a lot of the lionesses will be to stalk the prey, get as close as possible, and then run, you know, once they're within sort of 20, 30, 40 meters. And this lioness was running after the zebra, and she got close and she leapt up on the zebra. Obviously at that stage she's now protracted those claws. Remember earlier today we were talking about how when lions are resting the claws are sheathed. She had now protracted the claws, so the claws were out, and both of her front legs, she landed with them on her paws on top of the rump of the zebra, and with the claws out she tried to drag the zebra down to the ground. And in the process of doing that, she absolutely flayed open the rump of the zebra, both the left and right bum cheeks. And somehow, I'm not too sure, that the zebra managed to get away. But the damage had really been done from those razor sharp claws of that lioness, and it was actually horrific to see. The rump was completely opened up, and we looked at the zebra and thought, this is a matter of time. If the hyenas don't get it, or these lions don't come back to get it, infection will set in, and this animal will die. But I mean, to start off with, we were very certain that the lions were going to get the zebra, because I mean, the extent that rump had been damaged, we thought it wouldn't be able to walk too easily. Anyways, this zebra got away from this pride of lions, and amazingly, I don't know how, infection didn't set in. Remember, for zebra, they'll quite often sand bath as well, so rolling themselves, especially turning over onto their back, rolling around like that, just to try and protect the skin from mites and fleas and things like that. Obviously in that process as well, there's going to be a lot of dust and dirt that gets mixed in with that wound. Then with a wound open like that, I mean, that's an absolute magnet for flies. So you think flies are probably going to lay their eggs there. Oxpeckers, yes, they are looking for ticks, but they eat little bits of dried blood as well. And this zebra, the antibodies in the zebra must have been through the roof, because it made it. It survived. Infection didn't set in there, and the skin completely healed over. The stripes definitely were far from symmetrical. But I mean, even when animals do get infection, you know, the moral of what I'm saying is that they can make a comeback from it. It's not like it's a life-threatening disease or impact for them. Melissa, there will be other animals. No, I mean, this situation here is more because it's safety in numbers. Think about elephants. I mean, they're very social. You know, you will often find elephants mixing together, different herds joining together. You know, you can often find baboons moving around with impalas. Impalas are quite happy to have the baboons, you know, moving around with them if possible. Obviously those baboons can climb up trees, they can scan around, they've got incredible eyesight. Baboons are also renowned for being very messy eaters. You know, you move along some of the banks of rivers and things like that, often there's fig trees growing there. And if the baboons are going from tree to tree, they'll often eat half of the fig and throw the rest down as drops to the ground. And your impalas will feed on that, and your nyala and your bushbuck. So yes, those are antelopes, but the antelopes will get on with primates, essentially is what I'm saying. But what you won't find is cats resting in and amongst antelope species like this. There is that natural fear of cats. Our wildebeest have made their way across and are mingling with the eland there. A little bit far to see if those are male or female wildebeest. Remember, quite often our male territorial wildebeest, he will take it easy and rest by himself. There's definitely two of them there. I'm looking across towards Scotia Dam and I can see there is a small herd of wildebeest there, of females and calves. And who knows, maybe the territorial bull is with the herd there, and these are two sort of younger males that he's ousted a little bit, that he doesn't want them close to the herd. A little bit hard to tell from this distance here. When you look at the design and the structure of that wildebeest, you can see it's got that very sloping back, high shoulders, and it slopes all the way down to the hindquarters there. So that design allows for a really energy efficient way of moving around. You know, you think about the Great Migration of having to move massive distances, so their stamina is incredible, of really being able to move at a steady, consistent pace. So you look at something like a hyena, similar in design to a wildebeest. Those taller, bigger front quarters and sloping all the way back to lower hind quarters. So similarly for those hyena, they're able to run incredible distances, incredible stamina. You know, you think of those really open plains that are so characteristic of East Africa. If a hyena really puts its mind to it and it wants to go after something, it's a bit of a problem for that prey species. You know, in a lot of areas in South Africa here, the general vegetation is so much thicker and there is such a high density of predators that spotted hyenas will more scavenge than actively hunt for themselves. But you go across to East Africa, and because there's a change in landscape of vegetation, it's much flatter in certain areas, or a lot of the areas with grasslands, and they can really see far, they can see where their prey is going. The hyenas, there was a study done on it, the hyenas will actively hunt a whole lot more than scavenging. And remember, there's differences in clan makeup there as well. The size of the clans of hyenas will be bigger there. You can get hyena groups of 40, 50 individuals, which is amazing. And then because of that, you can have hunting parties of 15, 20, maybe even 25 animals heading off in a hunting foray. I reckon if you're an antelope, that is your worst nightmare. So in that study they found that the sort of the average clan size of hyenas probably closer to about 10 or 12 individuals in South Africa. And like we said, being more scavengers here than actively hunting for their food. Yeah, so very area specific, you know, in terms of strategies and things like that, but they definitely form an important niche, fulfill an important niche. I mean, even in East Africa, if those hyenas find a carcass, they're not going to pass the opportunity up to scavenge. Alright, I think from here we're going to take you back across to Amakhala and get a few last scenes from Andrew for our escape to nature.
Thanks, Nick. I'm glad you got some nice animals that side. We're still at Liebenbosch Flats over here, just hoping that something is going to come out. The rest of the reserve has been quiet, as I mentioned.
There's a zebra.
Oh, you got him. There we go. Morgan has spotted a zebra. Thanks, Mr. Zebra. All by yourself over there. And you got another one. Ah, that's the one. No, that's the one. Yeah, zebra all by itself. That's very uncommon, eh? No worries. Yeah, Morgan is filming backwards, yeah? He's gyroing his hips at the moment. I just want to bend down in the vehicle so you can hear me better. So I'm actually not looking at the zebra because I need to cover my mic over here. But as I was saying, it's actually quite uncommon to see zebras alone unless a stallion has been ousted by another stallion, which is more than likely what's happened here. And until he can either win his harem back or maybe take over another harem, he's gonna need to be solitary for a period of time. So that's a plain zebra. We often just say zebra, but actually no, there are different species. This particular one is a plain zebra. The previous name was the Burchell zebra. So it's actually amazing when you look at zebra from a far distance away. The camouflage is actually very how do I say it works well. The reason is they do have these shadow stripes, and a shadow stripe is basically it's a brown stripe sort of on their back section of their body between the black stripes, and that makes them look a little bit brown from a far distance away. So if predators are far and they're looking for something to catch or to eat, and the zebras are far enough away, they look brown. Yeah. Okay, so we're just going to start the vehicle and just reposition and see if we can't just get the zebra nicely here. Thanks, Mr. Zebra. You're helping me out here today. There we go. It's actually standing quite proud there. See that? It's enjoying this warm sun. Now it is going to be important for them to stand in the sun now, because I know it is sunny, but it's not as warm as what it usually is. And in temperatures like now, you find that some of the animals might just be in the sun. Hey, Deborah, very good question. So, actually not. There's another animal out here that has got some stripes. It's the aardwolf. Aardwolf has got these orange and black stripes, almost like tiger stripes, if you will. Look very similar to tiger stripes, actually. Very beautiful animals, exquisite. And we do see them from time to time out here, but they're not extremely common in certain areas. We haven't managed to show you aardwolf, so you probably don't know what it looks like. But have a look in a book if you do have. I don't have my book with me. I got covered in rain the other day. But if you want to have a look on your Google, you can also have a look. So aardwolf, is it A-R-D? Yeah, double A-R-D-W-O-L-F. And that translates to an earth wolf. Aardwolf, earth wolf. But they're actually not wolves. They are insectivores. And other animals with stripes on their body, I mean kudu, they also have these disruptive stripes on their body. Meerkats have also got these semi sort of bars on their body. It's what they call disruptive coloring or disruptive camouflage, much like zebra. It does help to break their overall body shape by having disruptive markings, just to break the obvious shape. Because it's said that predators are seen mainly in black and white. And so if that's the case, then they're probably looking for shapes rather than colors. And to break that obvious shape is a clever strategy. So kudu have got it. I know that ground squirrels have also got it. Zebra. Here's a few birds with stripes on as well, like a striped cuckoo, or a striped cuckoo. I think it's striped cuckoo, yeah. Oh yes, Nyala antelope. They've got these stripes, white stripes on their sides. Yeah, quite correct, Morgan. And some animals have got spots. Not talking about leopard and lion, but bushbuck has got these little white spots on their body as well, on their back section of their body. And Nyala have also got a few spots on their body. Right, thank you, Mr. Zebra, for your appearance here. Really appreciate you. We're going to send you to Nick in Kariega, who's going to finish off the Escape to Nature experience.
Alrighty, welcome back to Kariega. I'm sure similarly to Amakhala, the wind is blowing. Our two wildebeest that we saw with the eland have moved off. Decided to head off and look for greener pastures. Yeah, got some zebra moving across in the background. So remember where we are looking at right now. Just that is where possibly one of the favorite mud wallows for that herd of buffalo we've seen a few times over the past few days. That is one of their favorite spots for a mud wallow. Shame, that's been bone dry for quite a few days now. JD, I'm glad you've enjoyed the Escape to Nature. Yeah, lovely that we got to bring you scenes from 3 different locations. A little bit of this and a little bit of that. But I hope you've learned something new today. Even if you haven't, hope you've enjoyed it a lot. See how most of these animals are all facing in the same direction, so they've got their backs to the wind. Nobody really wants to have the wind gusting in their face. Remember, a lot of these antelope species will have significantly long eyelashes, and that's going to help to prevent, when it's very windy like this, all of the dust and things from going into the eyes. Which is quite a good little adaptation. It's very good, I think. Very useful. You look at something like a leopard. A leopard does have quite long eyelashes, I guess, but nothing significantly long like a giraffe, or even an elephant's got really long eyelashes. But remember, for something like a leopard, they've got amazingly long whiskers. So those whiskers are their special trick, their special adaptation they've got. Remember, being largely nocturnal, it can be pretty dark sometimes when they move around. Think about overcast conditions, or if it's new moon. So those whiskers will be pretty much the width of their body. So if they're walking somewhere and the whiskers touch, then they kind of know. This is a tight spot, we might need to reevaluate. Whereas you look at all of these antelopes being largely diurnal, moving around during the day, they can see where they're going. You know, they don't really need to have that adaptation of having those long whiskers. So everybody's got all their little tricks up their sleeve. Think of the resting position of all the animals. The blesbok cracks me up the most. I mean, it just looks like when they've really got their head down like that with their back to the wind, it looks like they're really just not enjoying life. You know, a lot of your other species like your zebras and your eland and things like that, their head position is still quite neutral in terms of where they're holding it. Whereas that blesbok's really got his head down. Hey, but I guess at the end of the day, if that works for him, he must do it. He must continue doing for that. We're not going to hate on his little habits. but definitely stick around. We will start to head towards our sunset safari, and you never know what lies in store. I mean, we've had an amazing escape to nature between Madikwe, Amakhala, and here at Kariga, and I'm very, very excited to see what lies in store for our sunset safari this afternoon. Hopefully the wind stays away, the animals read the script, and all the good stuff comes out to play. But to everybody who's joined us, thank you so much, and we'll see you soon.